welcome everyone back to the SimZone, and we're here for Division 3 on the console GT3 Championship, and we're at Imola this time around with 18, should be 19, we're just waiting for one more driver here in Division 3, but currently no one yet to set a qualifying time, and I think the first car is going to be the number 3 car of Tom. Missed last week, but dominated round 1 at Brands Hatch, and he's put a 142.6 in for that first flying lap, I believe, and I think that's definitely going to be the benchmark to set. Bouncing over the inside curbs there, sausage curbs, is Tom. Ibanez comes through in P2, just 1.2 seconds off. And let's quickly change this camera angle. There we go, that's much better. But Ibanez in P2, Alex Rowe in P3, just 1.3 seconds off, so a 10th separating Ibanez and Alex Rowe. And these two have been quite closely matched throughout the season so far, at least. Even in the rain, we've seen these two go at it. And I'm sure we're going to definitely see them close on track tonight here in Division 3. A half an hour race here in Division 3 and a 10-minute qualifying with just 5 minutes left, so not much time for the drivers to set in a lap. But looking now, we've got the number 273 car of Joe Racing 94 who's back with us, puts it into P5. Obviously there's another Joe Racing, I believe 64, Joe Racing 64, which is his father, so father-son duo, not on track together, but hopefully we'll see them together on track next time around. I believe that's Meso there just behind in P12, getting slipstream. 4.6 seconds off though, still much more time to be found in that lap. Ibanez coming through the final corner now. Will he find any more time using just enough curb on the exit through that final corner? Now down the long start-finish straight. This start-finish straight's got quite a few kinks in it, so it's not exactly completely straight. But there we go, Ibanez improves. Does a 143.2 there. Almost into the 142s from Ibanez. Lapria in the Honda goes into P3. 143.6 from him. So very good time. Alex Rowe, where is he on track? He has just started the lap, but no improvement that last time around. We've got the number 10 car of Eduardo. He's about to cross the line now. And no improvement from Eduardo that time around. Currently sitting in P6. Not where you'd think Eduardo would be. Definitely had much more pace at Barcelona and Brands Hatch, but we'll see if that was just a scruffy lap or not for him. But look at this train of cars about to cross the line. The 273 once again of Joe Racing 94 is going to cross the line, put into P5 there. Big improvement from Joe Racing 94. The number 4 car has crossed the line. That is Meso. And if you're wondering, the 2 cars at the bottom are reserve drivers, so they won't be able to set a lap time. But looks like, I think that was CosmiCrusader who's put it into P5 now, so good lap there from, I believe, the only Lexus driver out on track in Division 3. He hasn't had the best of races recently, but let's hope he can score some good points for this round. Let's have a quick look at the standings for Division 3. Jan in the comments saying rooting for Paul Moy, no Porsche. Yeah, there's no Porsche in Division 3. We've got a couple in Division 2 and a couple in Division 1. But TFJ saying it's already so close and not even Division 1 yet, definitely. Ibanez does improve once more as well, 4 tenths to Tom. But yeah, as I said, let's have a quick look at the standings. So, coming into this round, Ibanez is leading the championship on 115 points, followed by Alex Rowe on 106. Lapria in third on 67, and Alex Rowe and Lapria definitely wants to watch out for in terms of battles on track. Obut in P4 on 78 points, Hoorn in P5 on 71, Tom in P6 on 61, Eduardo in P7 on 57, Paul Moy in P8 on 53, Lord Piroth in P9 and 49, and to round off the top 10, Shadow Destiny, who isn't here for this round, on 41 points. So, CosmiCrusader has crossed the line there, no improvement for CosmiCrusader. And Tom back out on track, looking to improve, but I don't think he really needs to. Ibanez is sat in the pits and he won't get another lap, so that's his qualifying session done. We are expecting one more driver very shortly, but crossing the line now is the 666 car of Tord. Is he going to improve? 2.2 seconds off, and he does, put it into P10. And where is Paul Moy on track? Still got this last sector to go. And there we go, we have there we go, we've got Svander joining into the lobby. And it looks like Paul Moy, there we go, puts it into P9, and who is that? I think that was Joel Racing 94. Who bumped them up into, who just jumped them into P8. Looks like Ibanez, CosmiCrusader, Eduardo have all had their qualifying sessions done. Likewise Turlon, who's had a very good qualifying this time around in P9. But let's go on board with the number 555 car, Alex Rowe, currently sitting in P4, just needs a 10th to get P3 in this qualifying session. Oh, a bit of a slide on the exit of that chicane there. And we've got yellow flags on track, just drivers returning the cars to the pits. Alex Rowe's just got 2 more corners to go. Looks like he is maybe up for an improvement. We'll see if he drives into the pits or not. You see they're using all of the curb available. Or could that have been invalid? He's continuing the lap, so maybe not. And he might be up for an improvement here. We'll see as he crosses the line any moment now. No improvement there for Alex Rowe, unfortunately. And that is your qualifying session over. So Tom, once again, with a 141, there we go, that last lap, sitting on pole position. Then Ibanez in P2 and Lapria in P3. So that's your top 3 then for this qualifying session. And we'll be back shortly for this half-an-hour race of Division 3. Right, we're back on the formation lap then here for Division 3, and as we saw, Tom is a whole second quicker than Ibanez and even the rest of the field in that qualifying session. She's definitely on another level here, but does he have, or can he attend enough rounds to be promoted to Division 2 next season? That is the question. And does he have the consistency? I think he does. I believe he led Brands Hatch and finished with a huge 40 or 50 second gap, so he should be okay. But we'll definitely see. It's so easy to make mistakes and even get a drive through here at Imola, which definitely isn't what you want to be doing, especially in a half an hour race where you don't have much time to close the gaps if you do get any penalties. But while the drivers are on their formation lap, I'd like to say huge thanks to all our patrons here at the SimZone. We definitely wouldn't be able to be running without you guys, so a huge thank you once again. And we hope to move on to the PS5 version very soon. As you can see, there is a donation link in the comments if you'd like to help us move to, well, not move, start the PS5 version as well. There'll still be support for PS4. Please be sure to donate. It would be much appreciated. The driver's now going to be lining up side by side here, getting ready for the race start. We're definitely going to have a good one. It's going to be 19 cars out on track, with Svander there starting in the pit lane. Had to change cars, was in the wrong car at the start, but he's in the right one now. We do have a Porsche on track, Jan, if you're still watching, so I'm sure you're going to be happy to see that. But here we go, drivers lining up side by side now, getting ready for the race start. Turn one's going to be quite tricky, but optimum track and good conditions here, 23 degrees. Yeah, Jan saying how he's happy. For the 25 people watching, make sure to like the stream and subscribe if you're new, but we're going to be green any moment now as the drivers get prepared. You can see there 4 lights, 5 lights, and they should be green very soon once they cross. Oh no, we're green already. There we go, and Tom with a good start. He's going to hold that inside line. Can Ibanez get it done around the outside? We are 3 wide in the background. That's CosmiCrusader, I think. All over the grass, likewise was Oboot, but we seem to be okay. CosmiCrusader trying to hold it around the outside there, and I think he may have lost the position, but let's quickly change his camera angle because it is horrible. There we go, and Tom leading the race still. It looks like the number 27 car, I think that is Senna, with not the best start there. He hasn't, I think he may have picked up a bit of damage there on that McLaren, but he's going to have to work his way back up the field. But back to the race leader, Tom. He's got a 3/10 gap. Ibanez is not letting him get away with this, but I think once they get into the groove, Tom might be able to pull away. Ibanez has gapped Lapria just behind, but Lapria, look at that, he's got Cord all over the back of him here. Cord, ever since switching to the Audi, has become much quicker. I think he was in the Bentley last season, but running very high up here in Division 3 is Cord, and I'm sure he'll be in a place for Division 2 next season if he can keep up with these good results. But we do have some really tough competition here in Division 3. Alex Rowe in P5, I think he lost the position off the start there, and he's got Eduardo all over the back of him. CosmiCrusader in P7, but much better start to this race for him than last time around. Joe Racing 94 in the number 8 car. A bit of gravel there being kicked up by one of the drivers. A bit wide there for Joe Racing, missing the apex on the inside. But Paul Moy in P9, Oboot in P10, Turlon in P11. He's dropped down slightly off the start. Torn in P12, Lord Piroth in P13. I think he's just outside the slipstream range there from Turlon in front. Optimus in P13, Tord in P14. Meso in P15. Oh, he's got some heavy damage off the start already. What's happened there to Meso? I think he may have lost the car somewhere. I think we saw him last time with some heavy damage, but he seems to be making some moves here, bouncing over the inside curbs, and that may have been where he lost it last time. Those sausage curbs definitely don't want to be taking too much. Definitely can't take liberties there, even in the Mercedes, but Senna right behind in P18 in the McLaren as well, looking to get this job done. Back to the race leader, Tom is open number 1.4, second gap to Ibanez in P2, but look at these two. Lapria, I think, has got past Cord. Sorry. Cord has got past Lapria, and likewise as Alex Rose. So Lapria losing 2 positions after possibly a mistake. And Eduardo now in this battle. We've got a 4-car battle, I think. Oh, 4 or 5-car battle even. Look at this. I've got cars in the background as well. Not daring to go side by side through this chicane. Ferrari mounting the inside curve there, using all of the exit curb as well. It's one of the easiest places to get a track limit warning, so we definitely have to be careful. The drivers definitely have to be careful if they don't want to receive any penalties. Paul Moy right at the back of CosmiCrusader. He's putting on the pressure, and Paul Moy does have the pace for a top 10 finish here. Obut with not the best start to his race, didn't have the best qualifying session either. I don't think he's got any damage on the car, but maybe struggling in terms of pace for here at Imola. But Paul Moy not looking for a move down the inside into turn 1. CosmiCrusader just playing the waiting game here. Oh, we were side by side with Lapria. Look at this, almost 3 wide I think in the background. But John Racing there is going to have to defend that position from CosmiCrusader, and he does. And Lapria with a mistake runs wide. He's going to have to rejoin the track. Can CosmiCrusader get that position done? And a mistake there from Paul Moy, but somehow has he kept that on track? No, he hasn't. CosmiCrusader wide as well, so those two making mistakes and dropping down a few positions. Look at that, that's Turlon on the inside of CosmiCrusader. CosmiCrusader once again on the grass, but Turlon backs out of that move and slots in behind. I think he possibly could have had that move done if he was a bit later on the brakes, but I didn't want to try his chances there. It's better to be safe. And while these three, oh, there's more than 3, while this group is battling, Lord Pirothin's been catching up, putting in the laps. But this is such an amazing train. Let's look further up. Who's leading it? Eduardo is leading this train. Alex Rose checked out there before. He's looking to close the gap to Cord. Eduardo's now got Jar Racing 94 all over the back of him. Lapria after his mistake. Oh, a bit of a wiggle under the brakes there. But Lapria after his mistake is looking to gain some positions back. And he's got some work to do here. But he's got the slipstream coming down the start-finish straight. The Honda we know is quite quick on the straights. Can he get this move done into turn 1? The Ferrari Jar Racing is going to have to go defensive. No, he's left the inside open, and Lapria is going to take that gap. Can he be later on the brakes into turn 1? I think he is, and he's got that move done. So very good move there from Lapria into turn 1. We've got a quick replay of that as well. Absolute class there from Lapria, just using the slipstream and the Honda power to get the inside into turn 1. And he's later on the brakes, and he's got that done. So he's now hunting down Eduardo, and much later on the brakes here into that hairpin for Lapria. And oh, what happened there? A big snap of oversteer from Jar Racing 94, and he's lost the car. He's going to have to get it going once again. But the drivers behind are going to have to get past here. It's going to be very, very tight. Almost 3 wide while they're trying to get past. But look at this. Turlon has got past CosmiCrusader and Obut. So he's up into P7 now, I think. And CosmiCrusader now down to P8. Yep, P8 for CosmiCrusader. Obut there in P9. Jar Racing after his mistake down in P10. What's happened to Paul Moy? Oh, look at this. We're side by side now, coming up towards the chicane. Obut backing out of that, but that's Tord up the inside there of Obut, and he's got that move done very well. Very well done there from Tord, making those moves count. And Optimus, oh, a bit of contact between the two, Optimus and Obut side by side, bit of door rubbing, but looks like Optimus has got that position done. And what's happened to Paul Moy? I think he may have had some damage on his car. We're going to have to change that camera angle once again. There we go. Now back to the battle for the final podium position. The gap was 2 seconds between these two, and Cord is now closed in. Sorry, not Cord. Alex Rowe is now closed in to under a second. Look at the background. Lapria having to go defensive very early on here. Eduardo looking left and right, trying to get a move done. But we saw last time around, Lapria made a mistake there, ran wide onto the gravel. But he has learnt from his lesson, hasn't made that mistake this time around. We'll go back to this battle. Turlon, CosmiCrusader, still neck and neck. Joe Racing 94 after his mistake. He's catching up once again. He doesn't seem to have too much damage. I think he may have kept it out of the wall. Yeah, he doesn't seem to have any damage on the front splitter even of that Ferrari. But he's run wide. He's going to pick up a track limit warning possibly for that. Let's hope we don't see any drive-throughs today. It's so easy to get a drive-through here, and he's run wide once again, taking the inside curb there, a bit too much. And sausage curbs here at Imola, absolutely lethal, and it can be devastating to a race if you take them. But this has now brought Tord right up to the back of him. Joe Racing a bit quicker through that chicane, surprisingly, than Tord. And we know the Bentley's a monster over these curbs. Maybe Tord just being a bit reserved, doesn't want to pick up any penalties or even mess up his race by losing control of the car by taking too much curb. You can see in the background Optimus is closing in. Let's go back to this battle between Cord and Alex Rowe, still within a second of each other. Cord slightly pulling away now, he's responded to the pressure of Alex Rowe, and he's going to need to keep this consistency up if he wants to hold on to that final podium spot. And oh, I thought he made a mistake there, but kept it within track limits. And look at these two, Lapria and Eduardo. A bit of a slide on the exit for Lapria, but Eduardo really putting the pressure on here to the Honda number 46 driver. That's what he needs to keep doing if he wants to get this move done. Just 10 minutes into the race now, and it's felt like an eternity. We've had so many battles going on. Looking down to the battle for P17, that's Vander up into P17. He's got that move done on Messa, and Messa really struggling with that severe damage on the front of that Mercedes. But yeah, I think he's definitely lost the car somewhere, or even rear-ended someone. You can see he doesn't have any damage on the rear end of his car. But a bit of a shame there for Messa. Paul Moy's still in the pits. What's happened to Paul? He was running quite high up the order. But he's now in the pits 3 laps down, which is a shame. But Alex Rowe in the slipstream here to Cord. Is he going to gain any time? Let's see what it is. Still 7/10 between these two. And Cord is lapping so consistently here to just manage that gap to Alex Rowe in P4. Lapria and Eduardo still battling it out. I think these two will be together for pretty much the entirety of the race. Let's hope. I haven't put my commentator's curse on there. Turlon, CosmiCrusader. Oh, there's been contact between the two, and I think CosmiCrusader a bit too late on the brakes. They didn't quite catch that, and they're going to have to be careful when rejoining. Turlon's having to wait to let 3 cars through. And CosmiCrusader, they're continuing on. But a shame for Turlon. Looks like CosmiCrusader is going to let him back past. A very good sportsmanship there. And oh, what's happened there? Oh, I thought that was a disconnection from Merryhammer. Oh, I think it is. Yep, Merryhammer has disconnected, unfortunately. Thank God it wasn't a server crash, but yeah, he's gone down into the underworld then, as we saw. But after the incident, Turlon and CosmiCrusader dropped down to P11 and P12. They've got Senna closing in on them. Bit of shame for CosmiCrusader, for both of them in fact. And we'll go back to this battle for P8, P7 even. Obi just on the tail end of this train. And look at that, very good exit from Optimus, but a bit too wide, and he's going to pick up a penalty or a warning for that, maybe even some damage. That's not going to help him at all. He's lost some time to the two in front as well. But like I mentioned earlier, it's so easy to make a mistake through there. And it can be race ending. Bit of a slide on the through the final corner. Oboot, I think, has he got some damage? Yes, he does on the front end of that Assetto. It's not looking so nice there for Oboot. And we'll go back to the battle. Oh, we've got quite a few battles going on. We've still got CosmiCrusader and Turlon. Let's hope they can keep it clean through turn 1 this time. Yes, they have done, and surprisingly the Lambo taking a lot of the curb on the inside, and CosmiCrusader and the Lexus not taking as much, but look at that, he's got a much better exit. Mary Hammer back in the lobby. He's having a look down the inside. Can he be later on the brakes? Turlon's had to leave him the room, and he's made a mistake, has CosmiCrusader. He's run wide onto the gravel, and now Senna's passed him as well, so CosmiCrusader is another position due to his own mistakes. And I'm sure he's going to be screaming inside of that helmet there. Down into P13 he goes. Senna on his debut race here at the SimZone up into P12. So good race for Senna, but he's pretty much on his own. Turlon's a few seconds up the road there. You can see him just ahead. But Eduardo and Lapria still battling out. So Lapria now seems to have the edge on Eduardo as we approach the second half of this race. I think the gap's over a second between these two now. What's happened to Eduardo? Maybe a mistake that last lap. Yep, exactly a second there is the gap between these two, and Tom, the race leader. Where is he? 9 seconds to Ibanez, who also hasn't made a mistake, but he just can't keep up with that pace of Tom. And looks like Alex Rose dropping off to Cord as well. Similar to what we're seeing between Lapria and Eduardo. So looking further down, Joel Racing 94 is just managing that gap to Tord. It's about a second. I believe it was the same last lap. The gap between Tord and Optimus is about a second as well, and same to Oboot and Optimus. So these four definitely ones to watch out for. And Oboot made a mistake onto the gravel, but no one behind him close enough to capitalise on that, I think. That was Turlon there. 6 seconds back, but he's definitely closed in, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, yeah, that's Lord Pirov there. I believe he's a lap down. And Paul Moy back out on track, so that's good to see. But Lord Pirov, the lap down here, is going to have to make way for Turlon shortly. Lord Pirov on the controller, so I'm sure he's still getting used to it. It's very new to sim racing and ACC in general. He's doing a great job here in Division 3. And Turlon now right in the back of him, and great job there from Pirov letting the lead cars through. And look at this, CosmiCrusader and Senna separated just by a tenth coming through the chicane. Kenny there saying Paul's a legend for continuing. Yeah, always good to see drivers continue. And hello Akril, good to see you in the comments. And look at this, CosmiCrusader is going to have the slipstream coming down into turn 1. We know how quick the Lexus is on the straights, and this is really going to benefit him. But Senna going really defensive there, and a bit of blocking. Oh, there's been contact between the two. Luckily, none of them spinning out, but Senna, bit of blocking there, I think. That's not going to be liked by CosmiCrusader. And oh, CosmiCrusader very late on the brakes into turn 1. I'm not sure if that was in spite, or if he was just a bit too frustrated that he couldn't concentrate. But that's going to allow M. Ferrer up into P13. Actually, can he get this done? They're still side by side. M. Ferrer is going to have the inside here. Can CosmiCrusader hold it on the outside? No, he's backed off. And I think he needs to just compose himself once again after that incident. But yeah, Senna blocking down that start-finish straight is not what you want to see at all. There definitely wasn't any space for CosmiCrusader, and unfortunately got squeezed into the wall there. And by the wall I mean not Jan. Fastmark saying what are Crusader and Senna doing? Not sure. Bit of a argy-bargy between those two, but Senna holds on. Luckily, I'm not sure how he's still going. Didn't get spun out, but luckily for him, and unlucky for CosmiCrusader. Surprisingly, they haven't got as much damage as Meso in P16, who's still continuing with this damage and lapping at a fairly reasonable pace. Alex Rowe and Cord still separated by a second and a half here. So Cord now looking to pull away, but Lapria is catching up. There's Merry Hammer in the background there, back marker now, and Eduardo losing quite a lot of time to Lapria in P5. Gap's now 2.8 seconds where they were separated just by a few tenths. So we've got CosmiCrusader in the pits now. I assume that's for damage repairs. The field slightly spaced out now, but the ones to watch are going to be these three: Cord, Alex Rowe and Lapria. I think Alex Rowe struggling in terms of pace. Maybe his tyres have gone off, we don't know. But Lapria is definitely closing the gap. It says 2 seconds now. I'm assuming it's about a second and a half. Let's see what it is once they cross the start finish line. It should update for us. Jan saying doesn't matter if they get squeezed in the pit wall or me, it's hard anyways. Jan saying good to see the Porsche making its way up. Yes, Svander in P14 now, just 4 seconds off of Farah, so still not out of the battle. Svander looking to gain some more positions here, but the gap now between Alex Rowe and Lapria 1.2 seconds, and actually Alex Rowe not losing much time to, in fact he's gained a 10th this lap to Cord in front, so we could see a 3-car battle for that final podium spot, and Cord's not going to give this one up easily at all. He's been holding on since the start of the race, and a podium for Cord's going to be some juicy points in the championship. He's definitely got the pace to do so. Let's hope I haven't cursed him, because we know what happens for those that are regulars here at the SimZone watching the broadcasts. We always know what happens when I mention someone doing well. They always end up in the wall in the next lap, so let's hope that doesn't happen. But look at the gap between Alex Rowe and Lapria, down to 1 second, and I don't think Lapria is going to be wanting to work with Alex Rowe to catch up to Cord. He's going to want to get past as soon as possible, and then pull away to fight for that last podium position. But we'll keep an eye on these three, Oboot and Turlon. Now, the gap was about 4 tenths, maybe a mistake from Oboot. It's back up to 1.5 seconds, 1.4 seconds between those two. But Farah and Senna now battling together. These two battling is going to allow Svander in P14 to close the gap. Look at that, already 3.2 seconds. It was 4 the last time we checked. And you can see him there just on the crest of the hill, coming up towards the chicane. Svander seems to be reeling these two in every single corner. And the CosmiCrusader back out on track, so that's good to see. And Farah is going to have the slipstream here coming down towards the final corner. Is he going to be ballsy enough to get that move done? I don't think so. It's a very tricky corner to go for a move, but he's got this long start-finish straight to have that slipstream. Let's hope Senna can keep it a bit cleaner this time around. Definitely doesn't want to block, and yeah, he's holding that line into turn 1, and the Audi of Farah has got that job done on the start-finish straight. Can Senna do anything into turn 1? No, he can't. Not close enough, so Farah with an easy overtake there on the start-finish straight, using the slipstream to his advantage, and I think he might be able to pull away now, but that's allowed Svander just enough time. Flash of the lights there from him And he's caught up within a second to these two now. And he's really got a big pace advantage over these two. And oh, I think there's been contact between the two. Ferrer, what's happened there? Was there contact, or did he just tag the inside curb there and lose the rear end? I'm not sure. I don't think there was contact. Doesn't seem to have any damage on the rear end of that Audi, from what I can see, although I may be blind here. But yeah, that inside curb on the hairpin is quite horrible for most cars. Always he jumps over the sausage curbs there. Yeah, it's quite horrible for most cars. You just get that front left wheel onto that hairpin and the rear loves to come out. See, I don't think there was any contact between the two. Simo saying that Honda is fast here, really quick. Ibanez up into P2. Sorry, not Ibanez. Lapria in P5, 1.5 seconds off of Alex Rowe. He was closer, and now Alex Rowe is within a second's record. 6.5 minutes left in this race to go. It can be anyone's game here. Who's going to secure that final podium position between these three? All it takes is one mistake from one of these drivers and it could be game over for them. Looks like Svander up into P12 now, so he's got past Senna and M. Ferrer. Oh, he's doing a great job here. Obviously as a reserve driver, so he even started in the pit lane and he's up into P12. And that just shows you how much pace Svander's got here at Imola. Back to the battle for that final podium position. Who are they closing in on? It seems to be the number 41 car. I think that's blue flags. Oh no, sorry, that's not them. I think that's Meso. Who they're closing in on. So Meso's going to let them past there. Lapria trying to use the slipstream of the Mercedes, but I don't think it's going to give him that much. The gap seems to be back down to under a second, so 6 tenths between Alex Rowe and Lapria, but that allows Cord once again to pull away. And he's just got that bit of breathing room that he needs. But he's been faultless, has Cord, even with the pressure of the two cars behind him. He hasn't made a mistake since the beginning of this race, or hasn't made a mistake at all. I think this is going to be Cord's best race yet. Let's hope he can still hold on, because every time I say that, we know it ends up in tears for the driver who we've cursed. But Alex Rowe now really having to defend here against Lapria. I think these two are going to lose a lot of time to Cord. Cord is going to be looking in his rearview mirrors. He's going to want them to keep on battling here. And Lapria not looking for a move. Oh, bit of contact between the two. Lapria not looking for a move into the chicane. And I think he's sensibly going to return that position. And it's great to see drivers returning positions here. Obviously, it's not a rule anymore here at the SimZone. Well, we scrapped it a couple seasons ago, I think. But Lapria knew he was in the wrong there. And I don't think Alex Rowe is going to put in an incident report against him. He's happy he returned the position, but look at this, the Honda's going to have the slipstream coming down the start-finish straight. I don't think he's close enough though to get the move done into turn 1. And thank you, Alan, there for the £10 donation towards the PS5. It's slowly getting there, slowly but surely. And looking now into turn 1. No, Lapria has closed in the gap ever so slightly. And look at that exit he's got, much closer now. And can he get this move done into this left hand that's coming up? I think Alex Rowe is slightly going defensive, moving back over to racing line. And holds on to P4. Looking down. Oh wait, we'll stay on this battle just for the moment. I think that's Lapria going to try around the outside here. The tree's blocking our view. But no, Lapria can't get that move done just here. Alex Rowe with a stellar performance. Back to the battle for P9. Turlon looking to get this position back, and he's got the switchback here. He's going to be side by side with Optimus. He's going to have the inside for this left-hander. I think Optimus is going to have to give up that position, but no, they're still side by side here. And can Turlon do it around the outside? Yes, he has. What a move there from Turlon around the outside. And you don't usually see that often in Division 3, but what a move. He's put Optimus in his place there, down into P10 he goes. And he's going to look to extend that gap now to Optimus. O-Boots a few seconds back. I'm sure he's going to have witnessed that one. Priya and Alex Rowe still battling out here. Alex Rowe, oh, he's gone wide there. The dummy from Lapria has worked, and look at that, they're so close through the final corner. Absolutely nothing separating them, and oh, bit of a collision there between the two, and somehow Alex Rowe's managed to save that. But these two rubbings racing, if you'd like to say. Lapria's getting a bit desperate. He's trying everything he can to get past Alex Rowe. He's going to have a look towards the inside. Yes, he is, but there's no space. Oh, a bit of a wiggle once again. I think Alex Rowe's left in the room on the inside there. And Lapria up a position. And the aggression from Lapria has paid off. Up into P4 he goes. Alex Rowe down into P5. But look at the gap. Ford's been able to pull 7 seconds in just a few laps due to these two battling. And we'll go back to this battle. Eduardo and Joe Racing 94. Eduardo was on the back of Lapria, but he's dropped down the order. I think his pace has deteriorated as the race has gone on, and Joe Racing looking to get this move done. But where is our race leader? Just 1 minute left of this race to go, so we will have one more lap after this. We'll be on the final lap once Tom crosses the line slightly wide there through the final corner, but I think he'll be picking any drive-through penalties up. He's not going to be pushing the car. He's got a 16-second lead to Ibanez. It's very comfortable Sunday drive here for Tom. We'll go back to this battle between the two, Lapria and Alex Rowe. Now battling for P4. Can Alex Rowe get this position back? It's looking unlikely at the moment. Stuart saying, as expected, Tom is on his way to hosting the driver briefing in Division 1. Yeah, he's that far ahead, he'll be at next week's track, don't worry. But Alex Rowe still just about within slipstream range. He's losing time here every lap now to Lapria in front. And Simo saying that was an amazing move. Assuming that was either the one from Turlon around the outside or Lapria into turn 1. Let us know which one it was, Simo. But where is our race leader then? Coming up towards the final few corners. And he hasn't put a foot wrong. It's what we expect from Tom, I think. Hasn't really had any pressure. Yeah, it's the Turlon one. Nice. Yeah, it was an outstanding move. Definitely want to go in the highlight reels. But yeah, Tom's going to round the final corner here. And he's going to finish the race. Flash of the lights there from Tom. An outstanding performance once again from the Mercedes driver. He's going to cross the line there in P1 to take some good points here at Imola. Ibanez with quite a lonely race. They're pretty much in no man's land. You can see there's no cars in front or behind him. But he's going to cross the line in P2 and extend that championship lead is Ibanez and Cord. Oh, that was Tom stopped on the track there. Cord is going to come across the start-finish line, weaving there down the start-finish straight. P3 for Cord. I think his best finish yet of the season, or even in the SimZone in general. P3 for Cord. He's going to be very ecstatic with that position. Lapria is going to cross the line in P4 after getting that move done on Alex Rowe. He's going to finish in P5. Tord's going to cross the line in P6. A very good position from Tord as well. And look in the background, that is Eduardo and Joe Racing, who we're going to have a quick look at in a second. Tord's going to cross the line in P6. Eduardo's going to hold on to P7 just about. And Joe Racing is going to finish right behind him in P8. Turlon in P9. As you can see there in the background, Optimus in P10. And every time I read that name, Optimus, I always think of Optimus Prime from Transformers. But anyways, Obut in P11. Svander's going to finish in a strong P12. Emperor in P13, Senna in P14, CosmiCrusader in P15, Meso in P16, Piroth in P17, Merryhammer in P18, and Paul Moy rounding off the field in P19. But there we have it. Your top three: Tom, Ibanez, and Cord. And we'll be back shortly for Division 2, so make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time. welcome back everyone to the SimZone. We're back here for Division 2 and a full grid here this time around. 7 minutes left of this qualifying session, but we've got a fast track here and obviously 2 reserves tonight. Iron Slow and Astral Racer will be in the pit lane as they aren't allowed to qualify. I think I've nearly lost my voice after Division 3, but we'll keep going. And once again, if you do want the PS5 version, if you are interested in helping us get onto the PS5 version as well as this PS4 version, please make sure to donate. We're getting closer to a PS5, we're almost halfway there in fact, so be sure to donate before you do anything else. Even as little as £5 goes a long way. If we can get everyone to do that, we'll be there in absolutely no time. So before we continue, make sure to do that, please. The more donations we get, the quicker we can get onto the PS5 version and broadcast that as well. And we've got some first times coming in now. Pardon me. Simo Mello on provisional pole, 142.555. Gemma just on a 142 or 143 there, almost into the 142s. And oh, he runs wide there, and oh, almost into the barriers. He's going to have to return the car to the pits then, and really pushing that car early on here, but on a fast track. Got to be careful because things like that will happen. But we've got the number 233 car, Yaroslav, who's going to cross the line, puts it into P3, 1.4 seconds off. And while we've got this qualifying session going on, we'll see if we can get any of the Division 3 drivers that finish in the top 3 in for an interview here for Div while we're watching this qualifying session. But before we do that, let's bring up the standings for Division 2. Just bear with me, but Simo does a 142.1 there. Almost into the 141s on a fast track. And I'm sure he's going to be at the top, pretty much like Tom was in Division 3. But let's see, the number 28 car. Let's cross the line. Muzzy here. Has he improved? He has slightly, I think. Not too sure. But still sits in P10. Number 43 car. Windsor still yet to set a time. Let's see what he's going to do when he crosses the line. There we go, puts it into P15. He said he's capable of doing 46s, so let's see if he can do that. Obviously on a fast track though, so it's not going to be as quick as we expect. We're just coming up towards the final few corners. GF Skyfu still have to set in a time. There we go, puts it into P3. But Dimmer just in P2 there with a very good lap times. Now looking to improve. He's coming through the final corner. Let's see what he can do. And he's going to cross the line very shortly. Actually, I don't think he has improved. He seems to have set himself up for the next lap. So Simo Mello into the 141s now. Jan saying Simo for P1 wins a top 10 if he gets a good race. Kenny saying almost halfway to the PS5. We're on track. Yes, we definitely are. Make sure to donate for those that are watching. as we are getting there. But right, let's bring up the standings now for Division 2. So here we go then. The standings for Division 2. Simo Mello on the top on 122 points, followed by Akril in P2 on 100, Yaroslav in P3, both Ukrainian drivers P2 and P3. So Yaroslav on 92 points, Dimajusta on 70 in P4, Skyfu with not the best two last rounds, in 5th on 58 points, Chem Candy in 6th on also 58 points, The Devil Sun in 7th on 53, Speedy in 8th on 43, Alexbo in 9th on 40, and Fast Matt rounding off the top 10 in the standings on 38 points. So Simo Mello at a 141.6, that is unbelievable pace from Simo. He's going to be definitely one of the front runners, I think, in Division 1 next season, if he's got if there's space for the Bentley, of course, as we know how popular the Bentley is across all divisions, especially Division 1. It's pretty much always full. But the next car across the line is going to be the 222 car. That is Akril down in P13. He usually is towards the top of the qualifying sessions, but really struggling here. There's some tough competition at Imola, and the Ferrari not exactly the best car at Imola. I'd say the top 3 cars are the Bentley, Lexus and Mercedes. You can all monster the curbs, which is what you need. But Akril, there we go, puts it into P11, so he does improve. We've got the number 11 car, Speedy, down in P16. Let's see, this is his last chance as he crosses the line, puts it into P14 there, so it jumps up a couple positions. Now we've got the number 992 car who's going to cross the line. That's the Devil Sun in the Lamborghini, using all of that exit curb. You can see just about within track limits, and he's currently in P9, 2.1 seconds off. Can he find any more time as he crosses the line? There we go, he does, puts it into P8, does the Devil Sun, and that's his qualifying session over. The number 76 car, Melik, is coming through the chicane now. Oh, a bit of a mistake there on exit. As he comes down towards the penultimate corner. Has he, even though he's made that mistake, has he found any time here? We've got 4 cars out on track left to finish that qualifying session, and no, he's going to return the car to the pit lane. So the next car is going to be the number 90 car, that's 10TFS, who is sitting in P7 at the moment. He's going to cross the line now. Oh, puts it into P4. Very good from 10TFS, securing the second row start, unless Yaroslav can do something, or unless Windsor can somehow find enough time to jump up onto the second row. But he's continuing his lap, so he must be on for an improvement here. And he crosses the line. No improvement there from him. Yaroslav's going to cross the line there and stays in P9. So there we have it. Simo Mello on pole position, Dimajusta in second, and Skyfu in third. But we'll be back very shortly for the race here in Division 2, and when we're back, make sure to donate as well. Alright, back on the formation lap now. And the track is back to optimum as well. As we saw in the qualifying session, Simo completely blitzing the field, a whole second quicker than DeedeeTKU. Similar to what we saw in Division 3 with Tom. And is it going to be an easy race for Simo? We shall see. But if you haven't donated, make sure to do so. Almost halfway there towards the PS5 for the new championships, new PS5 version championships. The link is pinned in the comments, so before we get going, make sure to do so if you don't want to miss the action. And once again, thank you for all those who have donated. Windsor, Kenny, Pinochle, Lager, there's a few more I can't remember, sorry. But yeah, once again, thanks to all those who have donated. And a huge thanks to all our patrons as well. Put them up on the screen once more. Simo starting on pole. DeedeeTKU is going to line up on the front row with him. SkyFu is going to be in third on the second row, and TFS to DeedeeTKU on the second row in fourth. Got a full grid here in Division 2. Walker not putting in a lap time, which is interesting. I wonder what's happened to Walker. He is on the formation lap, but yeah, he's starting from the back then. But here we go, Simo side by side with DeedeeTKU. Can DeedeeTKU and the Audi get the jump into turn 1? We shall see. We're going to be green any moment here. We have to see the start lights on the left hand side. There we go. Should go green. Now there we go, we're green, and Simo off to a good start. Likewise DeedeeTKU, but Simo's going to have the inside line coming in towards turn 1. DeedeeTKU ahead though. Can he get the outside and have the inside for turn 2? I'm going to see, he's going to try it, and oh, he is. So DeedeeTKU takes the race lead here, and Simo for the first time here this season down into P2. SkyFu slots into P4 there, P3, sorry. So he holds 10TFS in P4, and we're going to wait for this tower to shuffle as we just changed camera angles. Then Simo with another mistake. That's going to allow SkyFu to try it around the outside, but can 10TFS take the inside here and follow Simo through? I think he's tried to, but he's a bit too far back. You can see in the background there, that is TFJ side by side with Chem Candy. And I think TFJ is going to have to slot back in. He's not alongside enough to get that move done. Acril side by side there with, I think that's the Devilson in the orange Audi. Yes, it is. And a bit of contact between the two, bit of door rubbing. Devilson's going to have that. So, a bit of contact once again between those two. And Acril has lost that position. Can Yaroslav get that back? Both running the Ukrainian colours on their livery. And I think no, Yaroslav is just going to try and work together with him to catch back up. Oh no, they're already back onto this train already. You can see there Muzzy and Fastmat battling out. Fastmat actually gaining a position, I think, or losing a position. Gaining a position. Speedy is up into P12. Tried to look for a move on Fastmat, but couldn't get that done. DeedeeTKU now with a 1.2 second lead to Simo Mello, and Simo down into P3 now. So he hasn't had an easy start to the race. I think this has been the most difficult start he's had yet. Usually he just shoots off into the distance, but this time he's got to work for it now. And SkyFu, the two Bentleys, P2 and P3. Chemcaddy not far behind. in P5, but 10TFS running wide. Can ChemCandy capitalise on that and get down the inside? He's having a look there, but has to back out of that. And 10TFS is going to keep that position. Simo wide once again. He's going to lose 2 more positions. So definitely not what you'd expect from the championship leader here in Division 2. After setting a 141.6 in that qualifying session, he seems to be struggling at the start of this race. And of course we do have a mandatory pit stop here. Will Simo take it early to try and calm down and avoid making these mistakes? We don't know, but Yaroslav still on the back of Akriel, not looking to overtake him just yet. Lexber and J-Melik spaced out slightly. Looking further down the field, we've got a huge battle going on. Speedy in P13 with I'm Slow in P14. Look at this train behind us. Sir Jake in P15 leading this train, followed by Muzzy, then Astro Racer, Walker, Capote, and GFJ's made a mistake, so he's right at the back of the grid now as well. I don't think he's picked up any damage, which is good, but we're too wide coming through the chicane. Astro Racer losing that position to Walker. Capote trying to go for the switchback here on Astro Racer. He's going to have the inside coming down the hill for the penultimate corner, and he should have this position done. We'll see. Then it sounds very, very quick in the straights, but obviously he's going to concede that position now as Capote goes up into P19, no sorry, 18. That's still to update for Walker. Walker's now got the slipstream coming down into turn 1. He's using that double slipstream from Sir Jake and Muzzy. He's got a nice one here coming down towards turn 1. Is he going to have a look up the inside? He's having a think about it, but no. Just stays patient, stays on the racing line there. But back to the race leader. Dimmer just has got a 1.9 second gap to Skyfu and P2. TFS holding off ChemCandy here. These two losing a bit of time to Skyfu and Dimmer. What a shame for Simo. He's got to work his way through the field now. He's caught up to the back of ChemCandy and 10TFS after his mistake, but getting past them is not going to be easy. Bentley versus Bentley here, and then he's got to get past 10TFS in the Audi, who we know is really good at defending anyways, and he goes defensive up towards the chicane here. And ChemCandy not able to get that move done. The Bentley of Simo bouncing over the inside curbs. He lost some time on the exit there, and the Devil Sun's now catching up. Oh, a bit wide there. He's going to pick up a not a drive-through penalty, a warning, traffic warning for that. And he needs to be careful, because if he repeatedly does that, then the game will issue him a drive-through penalty, of course. Akro and Yaroslav still working together to closing the gap to this pack ahead. And look at this, Simo with the double slipstream down the start-finish straight. 10TFS is going defensive very early on. ChemCandy's going to try it around the outside. No, waiting until the last second to pull out the slipstream. And is he going to now? Yes, he does on the brakes, but earlier than 10TFS, so he's not able to get that done. And he holds off Simo Mello as well in the process. Simo losing a lot of time to the leaders now. And looks like DeedeeTKU has lost some time to Skyfu. So these two battling out for P1. And then you've got the battle for P3 as well. So loads of battles going on all over the field, but we'll look further down. Looks like Yaroslav, I think he's trying to get past here, I'm not sure. Maybe they're trying to slingshot each other to catch up. Melik in the background, just exiting the hairpin now. Looking for a move on Alexba in P10. I'm Slow there, already up into P12 after starting at the back. He's a reserve driver for today. And both wide, Melik and Alexba. So both following each other off. Windsor into P13 already as well, so Windsor doing a good job this time around. Walker though is on the hunt to gain some more positions. A mistake from Windsor, and that's going to allow Walker and possibly Speedy up the inside to get a position. Yes, they've both got that position done, and it looks like Windsor's going defensive here. I don't think Muzzy's close enough to get that move done. But look at that, Ferrari bouncing over the inside curves. Muzzy with a mistake there. And there's been contact. There's been a mistake, from Akriel. Saw him in the wall. Muzzy went wide. Sorry, that's not Akriel. Muzzy went wide and unfortunately couldn't avoid the Ferrari of Akril, so they've picked up some damage as a result. And that's the problem with that chicane. If you make a mistake on the curbs, if you take too much, you can't take liberties with them, and Muzzy's going to pit. I assume he's going to repair his damage as well, so that's going to drop him towards the back of the field. But at least he'll get his mandatory pit stop out the way. Dimmer just has opened a gap to Skyfu now. Let's quickly change his camera angle. Oh, no, wrong button. There we go. So Dimmer just has been able to open up a gap with these 4, nearly 5, battling for P2 in 10TFS, looking up the inside there and all over the grass for 10TFS, managed to get the car stopped in time, but that's going to hinder his exit. And you can see that Cam Candy wide, that's going to allow Simo Mello up the inside. He's going to be on the outside for this right-hander. No, he gets the job done, the Simo. Good job there from him. And on board there on the right-hand side of your screen with Cam Candy. He's got a good view of this battle ahead. We're watching Melik on the left-hand side though, who's in this pack, with I Am Slow leading, followed by Melik, then Walker, then Speedy, then Capote, then Windsor, then TFJ, then Sergey, then Astra Racer, and Acro after his mistake is about 7 seconds back. We've got such a massive train here at the back of the field, which you don't usually expect to see, and we're already about 9 minutes, nearly 10 minutes into this race, so plenty of action going on. Jan saying Simo with a nightmare of a start. Yep, definitely, but he's making his way through now. Simo into the pits, trying to get that undercut. Here's Walker trying to get this move done on Melik. He's got it done already on that start-finish straight. Kenny saying Walker making progress. Yes, he is, and he's got that job done even before we enter the braking zone. So maybe running much less wing on that Audi of his. Muzzy served his mandatory pit stop, then he'll be out of the pits very shortly. There we go. And we just see that 10TFS all over the curb as we approach the hairpin. But that battle at the top, slightly spread out now. And a dive down the inside from Walker. He's going to have that move done. Very good move there from Walker. Getting that position on I'm Slow. Could it be a last to podium here even for Walker? He's on a charge here from the back of the field. And all of them running slightly wide. They're throwing each other off. But one, an expert, has already run wide once before. He may have picked up another track limit warning for that. You have to be careful. But he has to be careful even. And he's going extremely defensive coming up towards the chicane. Walker having a little dummy up the inside, but isn't going to. Oh, there's been contact there between Melik and I Am Slow, and somehow I Am Slow getting the car spun around the right way. TFJ having to cut across the track there to avoid that. And who is that? Sorry, who is that? It's Alexba, I think. No, sorry, not Alexba. Who made contact with him? It's Melik, sorry. Who's lost a number of positions. He's now behind Sir Jake, so that would be P17 for Melik, if I'm not mistaken. And TFJ side by side here with Speedy. Speedy's. Oh, contact between the two. TFJ just moving over there. And that Speedy into the wall. Really unfortunate for Speedy. He's not going to be happy with TFJ at all. It may have been a racing incident, but it's so hard to see from these trackside cameras. Into turn 1, Capote up into P10 already. TFJ now battling Lamborghini versus Lamborghini here, as we're on to lap 6 of the race. You can see in the background that is Melik past Sir Jake, so he's up into P14. Where is Speedy? He's going to have some heavy damage after that incident, I believe. And Speedy had some really good races in round 1 and round 2, and hasn't been the best start from him in round 3 here. The gap at the top now back to under a second, so Dimmer just not able to either keep that consistency or that pace that Skyfu has. And that's one thing I've noticed about Skyfu. He's definitely got pace for podiums consistently race after race, but it's just that consistency he lacks here. He's made some major mistakes at Barcelona last time round, and that dropped him down the order I think he finished outside the top 10. Kenny's saying he hates that chicane. Yeah, it's horrible. But Yaroslav now looking to make a move on the Devil's Son. He's closing in 7/10 between the two. And Devil's Son, what's going on here? I think there's blue flags. That would be for I'm Slow, who's already served his mandatory stop. He's going to have to move up the way here for Yaroslav, and he does so there without causing any issues. Sergej and Melik, who were battling it out. Where's Melik gone? He's lost some time as Melik. Sergej gains a position into P14, and Acrio looking to get past. He's got past already, even with that damage. I think Melik has some slight damage on the front end of his car as well. But Acrio back up into the fight, into P15 he goes. Melik down into P16, speeding into the pits now for his mandatory stop. We'll go back to the top two here, battling for the race lead. Now where is Simo? Down in P18. I believe he's leading the battle of the pit stoppers so far. Question is, can he bang in the laps to possibly get the undercut on DeedeeTKU and Skyfu? I believe he was 4th when he pitted, 4th or 5th. I think Candy had got past him, so he was 4th, was Simo. So he's going to have to undercut quite a few drivers to get that win. But here we go, Skyfu with the slipstream down the start-finish straight. DeedeeTKU not going defensive. Skyfu having a look down the inside there, has to back off, but he's closed in quite a lot. Look at the amount of curb that the Bentley can take, and he's got a much better exit here. As DeedeeTKU slightly wide, he's going to have to go extremely defensive, keeping the car in the middle of the track here. Can Skyfu hold it around the outside? We've seen this happen in Division 3, but no, he can't. And DeedeeTKU with a successful defence holds on to P1. So DeedeeTKU now, Skyfu having another look down the inside, just showing himself in the rearview mirrors here of DeedeeTKU as he runs wide. DeedeeTKU's really feeling the pressure now. I'm sure as we go up towards the chicane, he's got a bit of breathing room now. It doesn't look like Skyfu can send it here, but they're losing time to. Oh, a huge mistake there for DeedeeTKU. Too much curb on the inside, and we've seen that happen before. And he's lost a number of positions down to P4 he goes. And what an unfortunate mistake from DeedeeTKU, but it's so easy to do, especially in these cars that don't like the curbs. And he just lost the lead of the race just like that, within the blink of an eye. He's down into P4, into the pits he goes. DeedeeTKU coming down the start finish straight here, with Yaroslav just behind, still in the slipstream, hasn't been able to get past though. Will this be his opportunity? He's closing in at a rate of knots here. DeedeeTKU going very defensive. Yaroslav looking for a move around the outside. A bit of a mistake from the DeedeeTKU. Yaroslav's going to have a better exit once again. Can he get the job done? I think the DeedeeTKU's going to have to go defensive. He does, puts the car in the middle of the track, like we saw DeedeeTKU do the previous lap. And he's held on very nicely there. And Yaroslav down the inside there on the DeedeeTKU. Oh, contact! The DeedeeTKU just turning in. Whoa! We've had some airtime there. The DeedeeTKU turning in a bit too early. Yaroslav was there. There's nowhere for him to go. But luckily, he hasn't ended up facing the wrong way and running wide as a result. It seems to be I'm Slow in the background in the Audi. Obviously has served his mandatory pit stop. But Yaroslav may pit now. That's happened. Gap at the top, 1.9 seconds between Skyfu and Tekalita. ChemCandy in P3, still only a second back to 10 TFS. Now he goes into the pits. The Devil Sun in P4 still. So he's going to continue out on track. Likewise is Yaroslav. He wants to get this position back on track. And we've got so many battles going on still. Alexpo and TFJ, P9 and P10. Alexpo with a bit of damage on the front end of that McLaren. We have to switch his camera angles again. There we go. And TFJ, I believe with a bit of damage, but not as much as the McLaren of Alexpo. I'm not exactly sure where Alexpo picked that up. But TFJ with the slipstream now down the start-finish straight, I don't think it's going to be enough for him to warrant a move into turn 1. Yaroslav and the Devil Sun still battling out. Devil Sun losing a lot of time to Yaroslav, and he's going to want to try and get this move done again. ChemCandy and Melik both into the pits. So Simo still leading in the battle of the pit stoppers. Devil Sun going extremely defensive here. Yaroslav trying around the outside. There's not really any space for him there. He's had to back off. Bouncing over the inside curve of the chicane. We've seen what happens when drivers do that. But hazard lights there on for the Devil Sun. Maybe saying sorry for something. A bit of contact between the two, I think, as we approach the final corner now. Is the Devil Sun going to pit? Yaroslav seems to be so much quicker. Or is he going to dive into the pits here? Devil Sun into the pits. Late decision there, but got it stopped perfectly in time, I think. And we'll go back to this battle. Huge mistake there for TFJ. He's got some heavy, severe damage on the front end of that Lamborghini. It looks like he's struggling to keep the car straight. He's going to need to be careful here. That's Windsor who's going to gain a position as a result. Windsor hasn't put a foot wrong so far in this race, and he's gaining positions as a result. TFJ is going to be in the pits for some heavy repairs, man. That's going to be a long time in the pits for TFJ. Not sure what happened there, but it was... yeah, it's not great for him. And he's going to return the car to the pits. So Simo's still leading the battle of the pit stop as he's 15 seconds ahead of ChemCandy after the pit stop. So I'm sure he's going to emerge in P1 after the rest of the field have pitted. And the undercut, I think, is definitely going to work for Simo. 10 TFS loses some time to Skyfu now. And Yaroslav 10 seconds back to these two, but he has got that position off of I can't remember who is batting off of the Devil Sun provisionally, but we'll see what it comes down to when he served his mandatory pit stop. That is Astro Racer then in P16, just up ahead, who has served his mandatory pit stop, but it looks like blue flags are going to be waved very shortly. I'm slow in the background there in P16. Walker into the pits, TFJ still in the pits there, Sir Jake into the pits once more. What's happened to him? Or has he served his mandatory pit stop already? Yes, it looks like he's exiting the pits now, so Sir Jake should be fine. Gap between 10 TFS and Skyfu down to 1.3 seconds here, so the top two looking to be battling in a few laps time unless one of them pits. Remember, there's no pit window here. Zikrai saying, Simo gonna say thanks for fighting for P1. I should have covered him, I think. Yeah, definitely shouldn't have given him free air. I agree with that. They've given him the chance to undercut them all. And I reckon if someone copied him or pitted the lap after, they definitely could have covered that off. Karim saying, oh no, sorry, Kenny saying Walker up to 4th. Now into the pits he is. He's going to exit very soon. But Alexpa, no, Walker's just ahead, so halfway to the race now. And Walker's going to come out ahead of, who is that? It's one of the McLarens. I think that's Fast Matt. Yes, it is. So Fast Matt emerging just behind Walker. Walker's got that job done in the pit stops. No, that's not the right camera angle. There we go. And let's see, let's bring up the onboards as well. Astro Racer 1.6 seconds back to I'm Slow, so I'm Slow's got that job done as well. Muzzy and Sir Jake very close on track after their pit stops. We saw Muzzy earlier on running wide through the chicane and unfortunately making contact with Acro, who was facing the wall. These two look like they may have quite a few battles. Keep an eye on the delta between these two. Everyone seems to be pitting now that we're just over halfway into this race. Acro in the pits, Yaroslav in the pits as well. He's exiting now. Acro dropped down quite a few positions. Windsor in P3 still. He's pretty much in clean air, so he's going to want to keep it out on track for as long as possible. That's what I'd be doing if I was Windsor. Yeah, for those that are watching, make sure to donate. Almost halfway there. The more donations we get, the quicker we can get onto the PS5 version as well. Help us be able to broadcast the races on PS5 once we do get onto it. 1.8 is coming out at the end of this month, so we hope to get onto PS5 once that comes out. So make sure to donate if you haven't done so already. Now Skyfield and Capo both into the pits. So Windsor's going to take provisional race lead here. Looking further down the field, I'm Slow and Akril very close on track. Where's Akril? He's lost some time to I'm Slow there. And he's got Astro Racer just 2.5 seconds behind. Muzzy and Sir Jake still in this battle for P16. Muzzy does seem to have better pace than Sir Jake. It's a question about getting past. He's made a mistake there over the curbs. We've seen him make that mistake into the chicane that we're about to approach soon. But he's managed to keep it out the wall, luckily. But he's got that hard work. All that hard work he's done to catch up to Sir Jake. It's now been unravelled. He's going to have to do it all over again. Speedy closing up to these two as well. Speedy much quicker, I think, in terms of pace than these two in front, but unfortunately had a bit of an incident on the start-finish straight before the pit stops. Windsor, yeah, look at that, Simo Mello, about 6.5 seconds in front of Skyfood, and yeah, they failed to cover him off, so Simo took the advantage of the undercut, and looks like he's now going to sail home and take the win. Still 18 minutes left, but I think Simo's got this in the bag. Windsor, is he going to pit now? Yes, he does. And that camera angle's changed once again, so we're going to have to go back. So every time someone enters the pits, but Astra Racer down in P15. Oh, looks like he was catching up to Acro. The gap's back up to 1.7. Where's Acro losing a lot of time to I Am Slow there? P13. Windsor's dropping down the order now. Where will he emerge on track? What position will he come out in? Let's see. Once that green box, once that orange box goes green, we know he's served his pit stop, and I'll be heading down the pit lane to return back onto the track. To P10 now, P11 even. I'm sure a top 15 finish is going to be great for Windsor. But let's hope he's got his pit stop correct this time. There we go. He'll be heading down the pit lane now. I won't switch to him because we'll have to change camera angles once again. It looks like it might be P15 for Windsor. He emerges, and let's see, where's Sir Jake? Yeah, I think it's going to be P15 for Windsor when he comes out of the pit lane. Looks like Walker and Yaroslav very, very close on track here. Just a tenth separating them. Yaroslav's going to have to go defensive. Walker around the outside. Can he do it? No. He's going to go for the switchback. No. Not enough space on track to do that. It's quite off camber as well, so not easy to do. But he's going to have a look here coming down towards the chicane. He's going to have the kahunas to do it. Yes, he is. And he gets that move done later on the brakes. And through he goes up into P7 for Walker. Chem Candy only a second back to 10 TFS Tekulita there in P3. Chem Candy is going to be challenging for a podium position. Muzzy right to the back of Sergej once more. Senior Gamer saying, also known as Tord, Simo Mello is a champ, the undercut is amazing. Yeah, absolutely perfectly timed from Simo. Karim also saying Simo is number one. Once the pit stops have been done, yep, I think that was an older message. Guys, if you haven't donated yet, make sure to do so. We want to be on that PS5 version as well on Saturdays as soon as possible. And the quicker that you donate, the quicker we'll be on that version. But Muzzy having a look down the inside here. Sergej covering that off. Good defending from Sergej. Speedy surprisingly hasn't really been able to close in as quickly as I thought he would have been. So maybe lost the confidence after that incident he had earlier on in this race. Muzzy, after the final corner, hasn't had the best exit, so he's not going to be close enough coming down into turn 1, even though the Porsche is slow on the straights and Muzzy's in the slipstream. He's definitely not going to be close enough coming down towards turn 1. And monstering those curbs is the Aston of Muzzy. He's using much more of the track, and he's able to do so. Just having a look there, but hasn't been able to get alongside. Is he going to do it into the hairpin? No, Sergej has that covered as well. Chem Candy losing time to 10 TFS now. The gap's 2.2 seconds. Doesn't look like Sergej's going to be making a mistake. Yes, Muzzy just isn't able to get alongside or close enough to get this move done, but they've got Simo coming to lap them, so this could make things interesting. He's going to have to get past Speedy, Muzzy and Sergej. The gap between Simo and Skyfu 6.4 seconds, so it isn't really increasing that much, but he's definitely coming to lap them. But just closing the gap to Chem Candy as well. Look at this, Capo and Yaroslav very, very close. Capo with I don't think the best qualifying session. It's up into P9 now, looking to gain P8. We head up towards the chicane. Look how defensive Yaroslav's going back over to the racing line. Won't be a chance for Capo to get past there on the exit. He seems to have a better exit though, does Capo. He's got the slipstream now. He's going to try for the inside into this penultimate corner, but Yaroslav's going defensive. He's got that covered. Don't really need to go that defensive into that final corner, but very deep on the brakes for Yaroslav. And yeah, you don't really need to go that defensive. What Yaroslav did was perfect there. Pretty much the racing line covers it off anyways. But Capo not able to get that move done that time around. And just 12 minutes left of this race. Sir Jake, and looks like Muzzy's got past Sir Jake here. So up into P16 he goes. And where is speed? He's still 1.7 seconds behind. He's going to have to let Simo through here. I think he's going to have to do it on this final straight towards the penultimate corner. But no, doesn't want to at the moment. So might get frustrated here. He's going to be losing a lot of time to Skyfu behind. And it looks like, there we go, Simo's going to get past now on the start-finish straight. And he's going to have to find his way through Muzzy and Sir Jake as well. Oh, Speedy on the grass there coming into turn 1, and there we go. He's lost even more time by giving up the position there in turn 1. If he had done it on the straight, he wouldn't have lost as much time, but a mistake there, another mistake there for Speedy. And back to the battle for P8, Capote and Yaroslav here. Capote's got that slipstream coming down towards turn 1. The gap's about 2-3 tenths between those two as we cross the start-finish line. Yep, 0.298 of a second there. It's come down towards turn 1. Capote not close enough for that move. You really have to be alongside before the braking zone. And oh, Yaroslav there with some connection issues. I think we've seen him disconnect before. Let's hope he can stay connected here, because this is a great battle. And I'm sure Capote's going to be quite scared that he doesn't want any connection issues to cause an incident. He's going to have a look down the inside there, but no, Yaroslav closes the door and leaves no space for Capote. Capote with a bit of a lunge, but yeah, I don't think that was going to come off well. Looks like TFJ, after his lengthy repairs, has caught up, has found a battle on track, and he's caught up to Melik. He still be battling for 19th place. So battles going on all over the field, but TFJ, we saw, had some severe damage early on in this race. Towards saying, who are those onboards? Fastmat, yes, correct, you're correct. Right, Fastmat was the top right, and Kem Candy was the bottom right. So that's TFJ getting the move done there on the start-finish straight on Melik, and he moves up into P19. And looks like Walker is side by side here with the Devil Sun as we come down towards turn 1. Can the Devil Sun hold it around the outside? I don't think he'll be able to. And Walker's got that move done. Up into P6 he goes. He's on a charge here after starting in P20. He's up into P6 now. And the gap between Simo and Skyfu has come down to 5.1 seconds here. Both these drivers having to navigate past traffic. Looks like Walker's just going to pull away here from the Devil Sun now. Alexpa and I'm Slow found each other on track. P11 and P12. I'm Slow just bouncing over the grass there. but he's closing in, not really using the exit curb. I'm slow on controller as well. See that? I think that's a flash of lights from Alexbo, maybe watching himself on stream. There are blue flags, not sure where. Oh, one Alexbo wide once again. We've seen him go wide quite a few times. He needs to be careful here. Doesn't want to be picking up a drive-through. And a mistake, bit of a wiggle on the exit as well. Guys, if you haven't donated, please make sure to do so. So obviously, if you want to get onto the PS5 version, then make sure to donate. So once that bar is full, we'll be able to do so. But if not, then of course we can't move. We can't start any PS5 championships. I'm slow is going to have the slipstream coming down towards turn 1. It gets about 7/10. Let's see what it is. As we cross the start finish line, 4/10, so it's come down by 3/10 here. But it's once again going to be close enough for I'm slow into turn 1. And Alexbert holds on. Speedy still in P18 then. Hasn't really been able to catch up to Sergej and Muzzy. I think we will go on board here with I'm slow. As he runs wide ever so slightly, so we're on board now with I'm slow. Closing the gap to Alexba. Just hasn't had that opportunity to get alongside him and gain that position. Getting up towards the chicane. We've got blue flags for some reason. Maybe it's for someone else further up on the track, but not for these two. These two are battling for position. And slightly wide there for Alexba. Could this be the opportunity that I'm slow has been waiting for? He's going to be much closer than he was before, coming down the start finish straight. No, you can see there Alexba just pulling away through that final corner, and I'm slow just not able to keep up here. And the slipstream definitely helping him. It's just once again not going to be enough for I'm slow to get that move done, but Alexba very deep on the brakes there, and that's going to set I'm slow up very nicely for this short straight. Alexba going very, very defensive, but I'm slow's found a gap, and they're going to be side by side here. He's going to have the inside for this left-hander. A bit of contact between the two, and I'm slow there off into the gravel. But it looks like Alexba is going to return that position. Doesn't have to, of course, but I think he is. And I'm slow. There we go. He's got that position done. Alexba down a position into P12. Yeah, the drivers today have been so respectful of returning positions. Of course, it's not even in our rules that you have to, but it's good to see drivers rectifying their own mistakes. And Kaipote looks to have got past Yaroslav here, so the battle for P8. Kaipote up into P8 now, Yaroslav down into P9. Alexba and I'm slow still battling it out here, and looks like I'm slow might be able to pull away. Just 3 minutes left in this race. Wow, that's gone quite quickly. Simmer Mello. Still a 6.2 second gap to Skyfu behind, so a mistake from Simmer Mello can still lose him this position. Even a drive-through penalty could lose him quite a few positions, which isn't what he's going to want. But he just needs to keep relaxed here and not push the car too much. Yeah, Skyfu, like I said, he's got enough pace to be consistently finishing on podiums. It's just the consistency I think he was lacking in the beginning of the season. Yaroslav now over a second back to Capo, so hasn't been able to maintain the pace of the number 14 Lamborghini. The gap is just increasing now. Capo's 12 seconds back though to the Devil Sun. Doesn't look like he'll be gaining another position, barring any mistakes, of course, from the other Lamborghini driver in P7. The gap's actually coming down at the top. I've just realised 5.6 seconds between Simo and SkyFlu. So what's happening here to Simo? SkyFlu may be doing a better job. It's gone back up. Never mind, spoke too soon. I was going to say SkyFlu may be doing a better job at navigating past traffic, and that's Melik Wide, I think. Oh, sorry, that's not Melik Wide. I'm not sure who that was. One of the Ferraris. Was it Windsor? I think it was Windsor Wide. Yeah, it was Windsor. And Muzzy has got that position on Windsor, so Windsor down into P16. Muzzy up a position there into P15. Can Windsor get this back, is the question. Looks like Muzzy slightly pulling away now. Gap's about over a second between these two as we come down towards the chicane. Speedy on the back of Sir Jake as well, the two Porsches on track, both together. And Fio at the top, quite spread out, but Simo and SkyFlu separated by 7 seconds. Not the lead that SkyFlu had in Barcelona or Brands. He's definitely had more of a challenge here at Imola. But for some reason I have a feeling someone's going to pick up a drive-through penalty on this last lap. Let's hope not. But Speedy there, losing some time on the start-finish straight, you can see. Down into turn 1. Where's our race leader? Let's have a quick look. Yep, so we are on the last lap. At 7 seconds. Look how much 7 seconds is. Looks like a huge gap. The timer has hit 0, so yes, we are on the last lap. And Speedy has just got this chance to get a move done on Sir Jake. They're approaching the final sector, so track. Oh, he's running very wide there. I was going to say, the track's there's not much track left. And there's not much time left either before they cross the finish line even. But where's our race leader, Simo? Coming through the final corner now. Much more difficult race for Simo here, but once again he's proved why he should be at the top and into Division 1 for next season. He's going to cross the line in P1 with an amazing undercut. And there we go, it's going to be some good points for Simo, extending his championship lead. SkyFlu is going to finish in a solid P2. A well-deserved result from SkyFlu. TNTFS is going to cross the line in P3, and looks like Sir Jake has been able to hold off Speedy. But here we go, TNTFS is going to cross the line in P3. Chem Candy is going to finish just 2 seconds behind in P4. Look how close Demajuster is in P5. Walker's going to finish in P6. There we go, the Devil Sun's going to cross the line in P7. Capote, nearly 10 seconds back. Was closing in, but not enough time in this race to catch up to the Devil Sun. He's going to finish in P8. Yaroslav in P9. With Fastman very close behind in P10. I'm slow there in P11. Alexpo in P12. Akro's going to finish in P13. 14th for Astro Racer as well. P15 for Muzzy, 16th for Windsor, 17th for Sir Jake, 18th for Speedy, 19th for Melik, and we did have one more. We'll get the full results once Astro Racer crosses the line. There we go. So there we have it, the top three: Simo Mello, Skyfu, and 10TFS Tekalita all on the podium. But make sure to stay tuned, we'll be back for Division 1 in about 10 minutes. we go, back for Division 1 then, and 9 minutes left in this qualifying session. We've already got a 141 here from Melvin on provisional pole in the Lexus, which is one of the stronger cars here at Imola, just because it can absolutely monster the curbs. But it looks like Cartmark there, just crossing the line, going into P2, 1/10 off the number 970 car of SVB Casey. Is going to cross the line now, puts it into P4, 8/10 off, and the next car is going to be the 181 car of John Jig. I believe the only Lamborghini out on track in Division 1. We've got much more Porsches here in Division 1, 3 on track. We've got 4 Ferraris, I think 4 Bentleys, yeah, 4 Bentleys as well. John Jig there putting it into P12, 2 seconds off currently. We've got the 117 car of Euphoric State now about to cross the line. Ran a bit wide down the exit of the final corner. I think it's still going to be within track limits though, I'm not too sure. But we'll see as it crosses the line. If he does improve, and he does, puts it into P6, does Euphoric State. So a good lap there from him, and track is also fast, just like it was in Division 2 for their qualifying session. Tayson Tom is going to cross the line. Now let's see if he can find any more time, and he does, puts it into P4. Baptista in P5 currently, 7/10 off. We do expect the Bentleys and the Mercedes to be high up the order here, and Lenny there puts it into P6. So already the top 9 all within a second of each other. And this is just always how close Division 1 is. Ollie Rossar still yet to set a lap time though. He's coming up towards the penultimate corner here. So let's see what it's going to be for Ollie Rossar. And remember, the drivers have only 2 sets of tyres to last them practice, quali and race. So they're going to have to look after their tyres here in qualifying and save the second set for the race. And I'm sure they're going to change tyres as well. But Ollie Rossar, with no lap time again, so an invalid lap that last time around, he needs to get a banker in here. Otherwise he's going to start towards the back end of the field. The 117 car about to cross the line. That's Euphoric State again. Let's see if he can improve. 1.2 seconds off currently. The highest Porsche so far. He's taking a very short line to the start line there, and he's improved into P10, so now 9/10 off. So a good improvement there from Euphoric State. And Melvin into the pits as well. Not sure if he's going to go back out on track, maybe to change his tyre set. Sorry. The number 33 car, that is BST NNA, is going to cross the line, puts it into P16, gains 1 position there. And I think that was RMS. No, it wasn't. Who was that? Could it have been Cartmark? No, someone jumped up. I think it may have been Lager. Yep, I think it was Lager. Puts it into P5, just 6/10 off. I believe you're struggling to get the car set up here for Imola. But the number, I think that's 88, I think that's Ollie Rossar who's just managed to put in a time. 1.5 seconds off though. Not exactly where Ollie would be wanting to be sitting in this qualifying session. Pete, maybe in the comments saying good luck to John Jig and everyone else. Let's quickly bring up the standings for Division 1 in a moment. But the next car is going to be the number 14 car of RMS here. Has he found any more time? He has. Just 2/10 off of Melvin and pole. Doesn't look like Melvin's going to go back out on track. Doesn't think anyone else can get into the 141s. But he's going to be saving his tyres for the race. We know how horrible the Lexus is on the tyres, absolutely shreds them, so that's probably the wisest thing to do for Melvin. And we'll bring up the standings now here for Division 1. So Baptista leading the championship with 2 back-to-back wins on 121 points. Taste of Tom in P2 on 110. Fresh Kingy in P3 on 95. Melvin, also known as Ron, in P4 on 66. Kenny in P5 on 61. DasStopsChild in P6 on 57. Tied with RMS in P7, also on 57 points. Oliar in P8 on 55. Deedee in P9 on 51. And then to round off the top 10, Lager on 50 points. So RMS returns the car to the pits. Melvin's back out on track, interestingly. The track has now gone optimum, so we are going to see some improvements in times. That's probably why Melvin has gone back out on track. Cartmark's still looking to improve his time. Has he invalidated? Yes, he has. Or he's on an outlap, I'm not too sure. One of those two. But looks like the next car on a valid lap is going to be the number 19 of King. He's down in P11. Now the McLaren's not the best around Imola. It's horrible over curves in general. So let's see if he can improve. 41s, 42s are still possible here in the McLaren. They're obviously not as easy as it would be in the beefier cars. But what's it going to be for Kingy as it comes down the start-finish straight? That's Melvin just up in front, and he's going to cross the line now. Puts it to P10, gained about a 10th there that last lap. But not enough to get on the top 2 rows for Kingy. Baptista then in P7, not usually where you'd see him, the championship leader so far. 6 tenths off. And he's going to cross the line now with no improvement, so he's got one more chance here. Actually, no, he might have another chance if you can get it round in time. But it's going to be very, very close for him. Now remember, we want to move over to the PS5 version, so if you are interested in us doing so, please make sure to use the pinned link in the comments to donate. Any amount goes a long way, or even if you're just enjoying the stream, please make sure to donate. It helps us massively here in continuing what we do. But look at this, the top 11 all within a second. And where is SVW currently? SVW currently in P14. He said he didn't actually get any practice or much practice for this round. He's doing pretty well in this qualifying session in P14, I think. At P15 now, Lager, there we go, into P5. I think someone else might have improved. Can't quite remember, but Deedee's going to be the next car across the line in P19, currently 2.3 seconds off. He needs another 6 tenths or so if he wants to get P18 off of BST. But let's see, he's going to cross the line any moment now. Has he found that time he needs? He'll have another lap if he hasn't. He's found some time there, but still not enough, and I think that's his qualifying session over for Deedee. Has he invalidated that lap? No, he hasn't, luckily enough. But running over the grass on the start-finish straight is not going to help him. And Oli Arsar is going to cross the line now. Where's it going to put him? P10 for Oli. And that's his qualifying session done. The number 9 car of Lely in P7 is going to continue. So he's possibly up on a lap here. Let's see where this is going to put him. He's going to cross the line now. P5 there for Oli Arsar. Good lap time there from him. The number 15 car, I believe it's number 15 or it's number 19. Thank you 10TFS Tickerleader for the donation, much appreciated. Where is the number 15 car? Lager there in P7. He needs just under a tenth to gain 2 positions here. Now, has he found it? Let's see. He's going to continue on this lap, so I assume he has. And he's going to cross the line now. Where's it going to put him? P5 there for Largo. So Lenny down into P6. Where's Baptista? Tony sitting in P4, coming through the chicane. We've got a few more cars to go. Melvin is, pardon me, going to cross the line. No improvement there from Melvin. Kingy's going to cross the line. Into P8 he goes. Baptista will be the last car to cross the line. And has he found any more time? Let's see. Comes to the final corner there. Oh, he's run wide, and that he may have found more time, but he's invalidated his lap. And that's the qualifying session over. Melvin starting on pole. Cartmark in P2. And RMS in P3. Make sure to stay tuned because we'll be back very, very shortly for this exciting race in Division 1. Here we go then, drivers, coming up towards the end of this formation now. And let's get a quick track walk here at Imola. Now obviously we saw Melvin taking pole, Cartmark in P2 and RMS in P3. Baptista, the championship leader, in P4, so not the best qualifying from him. But Imola, quite a tricky circuit, although it doesn't look it. It's got plenty of chicanes, and Aqua Minerali is quite a tricky section there in sector 2 as well. There's plenty of straights as well for overtakes to be done. Drivers now lining up side by side, heading off the final corner here. Pretty similar conditions to what it was in Division 2 as well. 23 degrees track temp and optimum track. But we'll see, can Melvin hold on to the lead, or is Cartmark going to get him into turn 1? We shall see. We know the Lexus very quick on the straights, but Ferrari has some good acceleration, so we'll see who gets the jump off the line. And we should be green very shortly here. Let us know what your favourite circuit is in the comments as well. It looks like we are going to be green now. Melvin off to a good start. Cartmark likewise is going to be on the outside. Can he hold it around the outside here into turn 1? On the grass goes Lenny, I think. Has he held it together? Yes, he has. But I think a bit deep on the brakes into turn 1. No, round the outside he goes. But Melvin holds on to the race lead here. Cartmark in P2, RMS in P3, Baptista in P4, Jason Tom in P5, and this is going to shuffle around like usual. Look how close Jason Tom is. One of the Bentleys had to cut across the track there. I don't think they were going to make the corner, but I think that may have been Baptista, who's into the wall. What's happened to Baptista? Was there contact between Lager and Baptista? I'm not sure, but he's in the wall there. That's quite unusual of him. Was there an equipment failure from Baptista even? Looks like he's still in the wall and he's returned the car to the pit, so maybe an equipment failure from Baptista. It's happened before to him. But Melvin continues to lead this race then. What a shame from Baptista. Melvin continuing to lead the race. He's got Cartmark all over the back of him. Maybe a poor exit out of the chicane there for Melvin, because Cartmark, that gap is definitely not 4/10 anymore. It's about 1/10 between these two, and if they keep battling as they are, RMS is going to get involved once more. Likewise as Lager. I'm not sure if there was contact between any of the two Bentleys. I don't think there was. I'm pretty sure it may have been some sort of equipment failure from Baptista. He's now left the session. So quite unusual of him. Jason Tom there having to defend against Lely, the AMG power there. He's going to help him on the straights. He's going to try it round the outside. Jason Tom giving him just enough room. And looks like that's Casey trying the move, and he's got it done. Is he on the grass? No, he's kept it there. What a great move from Casey round the outside there. Or in the inside for turn 1, outside for turn 2. And he's up a position into P6. Lely's now down to P7. Kingy just behind, and Casey got it slightly wide there. But he's got Ifan all over the back of him, and Kingy struggling in this race. We know the McLaren's not the best car at Imola at all, and the McLarens do seem to be struggling at Imola. DasStopsChild in P12. We usually see him top 5, but I think it's going to be possibly a drop round for the McLarens. We don't know yet. Still very early on into this race. Oli Arsar being hassled by Euphoric State behind. Euphoric State has got DasStopsChild. Oh, bouncing over the curbs there. Is Kenny going to be able to capitalise on that? I don't think so. Ah, yes. So we've got word from Baptista. His steering wheel has just broken. Something's happened to it, which is unfortunate. Really unfortunate. But I assume this will just be his drop round counted for. was wondering why he just went straight on, because that's not usually like him. But yeah, really unfortunate. And you can see here the whole field so close together. Look at the mini-map on the bottom right hand corner of your screen. It's still very, very close together. And I think we're on the second lap now. So it just shows you how close Division 1 is. That Ethan with a look down the inside. No, I think he was a bit squirrely on the brakes into turn 1. Oliasar hasn't been able to capitalise. We've got dirt flying in the air. A poor exit from KC is going to allow Lely down the inside there. And he's got the job done. Great move there by Lely. Back upper position. Look at this train we've got. KC's going to try it around the outside. That's invited Kingy to have a look. Look at this train. Look how close they are. I'm sure this is going to end in tears for one of these drivers. Oh my god, it's pretty much P6 to P18 is in a train. This is probably the biggest train I've ever seen. Yeah, Lely's got some pressure on his hands here. He just definitely wouldn't be wanting to look in his rear view mirror because he's leading this train. And my god, I would not want to be in his position at all. Taysom Tobbs now pulled away slightly. That's Oli Arsar looking to the inside of Ethan, but slots back into the racing line. And all the drivers making it through very nicely. Yeah, just look at this. Unbelievable. That's Kingy trying to look around the outside there of KC. KC's going to have the inside though for this penultimate corner, and I don't think Kingy's going to have that done. He slots back in. Ethan trying his chances there, but not enough space on the circuit to get a move done here. And this is probably some of the best racing I've seen. Yeah, like I can't pronounce your name, but Besh, let's say Besh, said top class racing in the comments there. Melvin still leading the race, but he's got Cartmark within a second of him, and RMS definitely hasn't dropped off far either. Lager in P4, about 2.5 seconds back, but with Taysom Tom closing in, we could see another battle for P4. Lely holds on. Look at this battle in the background. That's Oli Arsar going defensive. That's DasStopsChild, I think, side by side with Euphoric State. DasStopsChild trying to get that move done. Bit of contact between the two, and DasStopsChild losing a couple positions as a result. But Euphoric State up into P11 now. So good job there from Euphoric State, and looks like Kenny also getting a position after DasStopsChild drops behind them. Rocco in P14, running slightly wide there, the McLarens. You can see how bad they are over the curves. You have to run the ride height on the front of the McLarens really low to get the best out of them. And it's absolutely horrible over the curves. But VST NNA in the Porsche P15. Oh, we've got a car off. That's Kenny off there. What's happened to him? He's maybe come into contact with someone. He's got it spun the right way around, but he's P18 now. I think maybe a bit of a connection issue there from Kenny. He doesn't seem to have any damage, so I'm not sure what happened there to Kenny. Still got this train going on, although it's slightly more spread out now. We've got Hingy in P8, Ithan in P9, Oli Arsar in P10, and Euphoric State in P11. Just staying in the slipstream. He's going to need that slipstream in the Porsche if he wants to stick with these big boys. And by big boys, I mean the big cars, the Bentleys. And Euphoric State having a look there. Ollie's going to have to go extremely defensive. Moves back over to the racing line. He's allowed to do that. And as a result, just one defensive move. Look how much time they've lost to Ethan in front. So now the field's slightly spreading out, but look at the battles at the back of the pack. I mean, we've got battles going on through the entire field. SVW in P17, Deedee in P18, DasStopsChild in P15, and John Jig in P14. All these four battling it out. Kenny, you can just see exiting the hairpin there in the background. And he's got some work to do here. Obviously in clean air now, so you can just focus. But yeah, not exactly sure what happened to him. It's quite an odd place to spin, so I assume he may have had some contact with someone. But SVW, I think the best looking livery on the grid. One of the best looking liveries on the grid, definitely. Didn't really expect that colour combination, but it works really, really well. And let's go back to DasStopsChild, who's looking for a move on John Jig. He's dropped quite a lot of positions here. I think he may have made another mistake, which we didn't quite see, and he runs wide through the final corner. But the McLaren driver struggling for pace here at Imola. He's going to have the slipstream coming down towards turn 1. Is he going to try his chances? I don't think so. We'll go back to Euphoric State, who's still on the back of Ollie here, and likewise he's down on the back of Kingy, having a look there down the inside, but slots back in. A lot of dummies going on. We've seen it happen in Division 2 and Division 3. And there's so much skill across all 3 divisions. And it's not just how quick you are on track, it's also a mental game here. You've got pit stops, you've got different strategies going on. So it's not just what you do on track, or how fast you're on track. We'll go back to battle for P4. Oh, Taysom Tom with a mistake there through, I think that was through Aqua Minerale there. It's very easy to make a mistake, and he may have picked up a warning, track limit warning for that. He needs to be careful because Imola is probably one of the worst tracks for drive-through penalties. Although we haven't actually seen any today. It's so easy, if you're not paying attention, to pick up a drive-through penalty here. Lely in P6 defending from Casey still. Bit of a mistake through the penultimate corner. Look at that. Casey's right on the backside of the number 9 Mercedes here as we come down the start-finish straight. The Mercedes is very quick on the straight, but with that slipstream from the Ferrari, it's going to give him that slingshot that he needs coming into turn 1. Can Casey get the outside here? He's not going to. Lely's not going to let him have the inside, so he's only going to have to go the long way around. He's going to go for the switchback. Lely deep on the brakes, and is he going to do what he did before? I think Casey's going to have this move, and he does. Bit of contact between the two, but nothing major. Lely not able to hold it round the outside, and oh, Casey returned in that position. I don't think he needed to. I think that was perfectly fine from KC, but a good sportsmanship nonetheless. And with these two battling, that's allowed Ollie Alsar, who's actually overtaken Kingy, wow, to catch up to the back of them two. Kingy closing in as well. Ithan also, Euphoric State now on the back of Ithan. And Rocco in P12. Look at that, BST NNA in P13 as well. So we still have a chance of a big train here. And we're only 12 minutes into the race. There's plenty of battles going on. They switch back to the race leader, Melvin. Phil in the comments saying, "Let's go, guys! Good racing from both divisions." Also saying, "Good luck." Sorry, unlucky to Kenny. He can bring it back. He definitely can. It's a long race here, and plenty of time. But back to the race leader, Melvin. He's got a 2 second gap now to Cartmark. And Cartmark's losing time every lap to RMS. So definitely keep an eye on these two. RMS looking good in terms of pace for a podium finish. Back to this battle. Lely has opened the gap up now. KC dropping down to P8 behind Ollie. So I'm not sure what's happened to KC. They're making maybe a few mistakes. But Kingy in P9. And this is the thing about Kingy. He's very, very patient, and it pays off in the long run when it comes towards the pit stops. Because he can have that option to go for the undercut or the overcut, and he's not worn out his tyres too much. He's able to not change his tyres in the pit stop like we saw last time at Barcelona. Unfortunately, it didn't work the way he wanted to. He would have wanted it to, but he had to take the risk, and he got track position as a result. Here at Imola, I'm not sure if he'll be doing that. We'll definitely see. Still plenty of time until the pit window opens, a whole 6 minutes. pit window is open for 20 minutes in total. And if you're not aware, the drivers have 2 tyre sets to last them practice, qualifying and race. So they would have used their first tyre setup in qualifying, and they have the option to change tyres in this race. So they may be starting on a used set or starting on a new set and then switching to the other that they have left. But down the order, Rocco still on the tail end of this train. ESC dropping off slightly now that he doesn't have the slipstream. Porsche is really slow on the straights, as we know. Deedee and DasStopsChild battling for P16. Can DasStopsChild get it done into turn 1? He's got the pace, but he's not going to. Deedee going defensive there into turn 1. That's how you defend turn 1. Keep the car in the middle of the track, give them no option to go left or right. And Deedee holds on to P16. You can see Kenny in the background. It's just 3 seconds off now. He was about 7 seconds when he had spun. Deedee now having to go defensive once more, going up towards hairpin. And he's done so beautifully there, but they're losing so much time to SVW and John Jig in front. John Jig still holding on to P14, hasn't lost this since the start. We go back to Ithan now in P11, who's now behind Euphoric State. So Euphoric State making up some good positions here to P10 now. And they need to hunt down Kingy. And who's that wide? That's Casey wide on the exit of the chicane. Can Kingy get to move done here into the penultimate corner? Casey going defensive. I don't think Kingy's going to get that done. He's trying it around the outside. That's a risky move to go for because Euphoric State's close as well. And Casey's going to have to leave him the room here. Coming down the start-finish straight. Casey, if he can get the side draft, he's going to be able to stick with him. No! And Kingy's now going to have to go defensive. Casey's so close to the back of him. He can easily get this position back. Around to the outs, back to the inside there. Bit of a dummy from Casey. Has it worked from him? Kingy's had to leave him the room on the inside, and I think, has he done it again? No, he's made a mistake, slightly off track there, bouncing all over the grass, and now Euphoric State's having a look up the inside. Casey's having to go defensive once more, but Euphoric State backs out of that attempted overtake, and nearly wide once again for Casey, but he holds on there to P9, and Ithan with a late move down the inside, trying his chances there. Went for the opportunity, but unfortunately it didn't pay off for him. Rocco in the background slightly wide onto the grass. And Ithan looking for another move on Euphoric State. What's happening here to Euphoric State? Seems like he just let Ithan through. Maybe wants to work together with him to catch up. But Ithan back up into P10. Oliosar now on the back of Lely. Lely's made a mistake somewhere, I think. He's in P6, 5 seconds back to Taste and Tom. I think Lely had enough of a gap to Oliosar. But still running P6 and P7 respectively. Now remember, if you are enjoying the stream, or if you want to help us to get onto the PS5 version, make sure to use the link in the comments to donate. Donating will help us get onto the PS5 version as soon as possible. Obviously we'll still have support for PS4 on Sundays. But if you're enjoying the stream as well, please help us donate so we can continue streaming. Now looking back at this battle, still got this train going on, and it's going to keep on going until the pit stops open, which is just under 2 minutes now. And we'll see who the first driver is to dive into the pits. And let us know in the comments, what is your favourite track on Assetto Corsa, or just in general. Good to see majority choose as their favourite track. If they're losing time now to Casey, Casey's still on the back of King. He's not going to go defensive up towards the chicane. It's very risky to go too wide through here, or even lunge on up the inside. Casey bouncing over those curves. And we've seen some drivers, Division 2, Division 3, bounce over those curves and lose the car. It's so easy to do. I think the experience from the Division 1 drivers paying off here. You see how rubbered in the track is as they come down into the penultimate corner, but down onto the start-finish straight now. I think that was Ethan running slightly wide. And Casey's going to have the slipstream. We know the Ferrari's good in the slipstream here. As we come down towards turn 1, I don't think he's going to look towards the inside. King is going to defend the inside there. Casey around the outside once again. He's going to go for that switchback move that he absolutely loves, but no, hasn't worked this time around. He's looking for the exit on this straight. And King is going to have to go defensive once more. Casey pulling to the inside there, and no, backs out of that. King had a good enough of an exit to hold on to that position. It's down wide once again, ever so slightly. But where's your folks? There he is. Losing some time now to this pack ahead. Go back to the battle for P1. Melvin has opened a 2.4 second gap to Cartmark. It's pretty much stayed that since it exceeded 2 seconds. Did I say 2 minutes? I don't know, but it's a 2 second gap to Cartmark, with RMS still 1.5 seconds behind these two. So these three pretty much neutralising each other and not really gaining or losing. And now the pit window is open. I don't think we'll see any of these three into the pits. They're not really battling too hard or trying to undercut just yet. And I think for RMS and Cartmark, they're going to want to keep it out as long as possible. They were going to want Melvin to pit before them and maybe get stuck out in traffic. If I were them, that's what I would have done, or I would do. They haven't pitted yet. Lely now on the back of Tayson Tom. Tayson Tom's made a mistake somewhere. The gap was about 5 seconds between the Mercedes, the number 9 Mercedes and the 62 Ferrari. He frogs now into the pits for his mandatory stop. I'll bring up some onboards in a second, very shortly. So crossing Map Panorama's the best circuit for him. Probably one of the best tracks, I think. Overall, obviously can't forget out the Nürburgring, but it's not a track here on Assetto Corsa. That's what I mean. Nordschleife at least. GP is, but GP's not as fun as the Nordschleife. Now this battle, 3 cars for P5. Tayson Tom started off really well, and his pace has deteriorated now. And Olios are all very wide there, but managed to miss the sausage curves on the exit. And we'll see if we can bring up some onboards in a moment. As we continue to watch this battle. Looks like what's happened to Cartmark? Cartmark's made a mistake somewhere. He's behind RMS now, and actually for State behind, he's already served his mandatory pit stop, but a mistake from Cartmark, who's dropped him down to P3, and Melvin's got a almost 5 second lead to RMS. Casey and DasStopsChild now into the pits also. So if you haven't donated, make sure to do so. As you can see, we're almost halfway there. Jan saying BST, DD and Kenny, let's go. Zikra saying Ollie should undercut. Can't mark into the pits now. Where's Ollie? Not able to get past Letty yet. Yes, he should definitely undercut. Let's see if he will do it this lap. Here we go. Let's see, is he going to dive into the pits? No, he's not. He's going to keep it out on track here. I would definitely undercut if I were him. He's being held up by Lely here. He could even... he has the pace to get past Tace and Tom as well, but these two battling so hard. Look how defensive Lely's going, coming up towards turn 1. Ollie's going to try it around the outside here, early on the brakes for Ollie, and I think he was thinking about the switchback there, but Lely's covered that off very nicely. And Ollie's attempt of an overtake didn't work. You can see there in the background, that's Kingy and Ethan once again found each other on track. Melvin in the lead. He hasn't had the best last few rounds. I think finished P7. Finished P7 in round 1 and round 2. So not the best finishes for Melvin. Obviously, our last season's champion. But I think he's got into the groove once again, checking off the rust maybe, and Imola, a good track for the Lexus and the Bentley as well, and the Mercedes. So he's taking that, he's using that as his advantage to gain the most he can from this race. But looking down the order, Kenny's on the back of Deedee now, so after his mistake, he's, or after his incident even, I'm not sure what happened, he's caught up, and Deedee right on the back of SVW. Is he going to get this move done? SVW's going to have to go defensive, coming up towards the penultimate corner. Deedee having a look up the inside, oh, a bit squirrely on the brakes for both of them, and Deedee not able to get that move done, but he's definitely putting on the pressure here to SVW. Kingy and Rocco both into the pits. Are any of these three going to pits? Looks like SVW is going to pit there, and Edie could go for an undercut here. If I were SVW, I would have stayed out, but let's just open Deedee into clean air. Unless Kenny can battle with him, then SVW might be able to hold on to that position after the pit stops. Looks like they are going to battle pretty hard here. Deedee's going to have to go defensive, keeps the car in the middle of the track. No, thinks about it. Kenny's not going to go for that move, or is he? Has a late look up the inside. Deedee's had to leave him that room, and he's going to. I think he's going to have to go defensive up towards the hairpin. He does, and Kenny with a late apex there is going to have a nice exit coming down the straight. And, not really an overtaking spot this corner as we come down towards Aqua Minerali. Not really much opportunity for overtaking here either. And that's BST NNA just 5.5 seconds in front. And oh, that's a stop go 30 for SVW, so he's definitely not going to hold on to that position. And he's going to have to serve that within 3 laps. And a shame for SVW. Real shame. DasStopsChild, I think, was he late on the brakes there into turn 1? He's made a huge mistake, and he's at the back of the field now. Is DasStopsChild. Not the best race there from him. John Jig in P16 on the back of, I believe that's Largo, who's a lap ahead. He's got SVW on right behind him. It's not going to matter though for John Jig. Can comfortably hold on to that position, knowing that SVW has that stop go 30. Now Lenny catching up to Taste of Tom, who runs slightly wide there, and Oliasar now into the pits. Lely though looking strong here at Imola. And we'll bring up the onboards now. SMW, you can see there in the bottom right hand corner, and top right is Rocco. Lely trying for a move here. I think Lely needs to go for an undercut if he doesn't want to lose too much time, because Oliarasar out of the pits now. And is he going to... He's going to be ahead, but these two haven't pitted yet. I think Ollie was battling with them, I can't quite remember. But Lely now looking down the inside, coming towards the start-finish straight. On the start-finish straight, down towards turn 1. And he's going to try and have that inside line. Can TasteNTom hold it around the outside? Lely's going to have to give him the room. Could have cut his nose off there, but left him the room. And he's got that position done fair and square, has Lely. But TasteNTom looking for an immediate reply back here. Can he get that position back? I think Lely's no. Lely's going to shut the door there and hold on to P3 now. So good defensive driving and good offensive driving as well from Lely as he moves his way up into P3. TasteNTom wasn't able to go for that immediate reply back. So Lely holds on. That's Rocco, I think, behind Oliarasar. And oh, was that a mistake from TasteNTom? Is he into the wall? No, no, no. He's not, thank God. SVW 7 gears, stop go 30 now. Let's bring up Rocco, who's having a battle there with Oliarasar. He's not too far off. And look at this. Lely had to go extremely defensive. TasteNTom's not going to dive up the inside there towards the chicane. There we go. SVW stop and go has been cleared. Yeah, it's very risky to dive for a move into that chicane. Now, let's see, will TasteNTom go for the undercut here? He runs slightly wide through the penultimate corner. And oh, both of them, no. There we go, so Lely into the pits, TasteNTom keeps it out on track. Uthan will gain that position then. Kingy and Deedee still very close, or it said they were very close. Looks like Kingy is well clear. Deedee after his pit stops down into P14, P16 even, and lap down to TasteNTom, who's yet to pit. Mark and RMS still going at it. These two have both pitted as well. I'm sure the race leader Melvin's tyres are going to be absolutely shredded at the moment. And if I were Mark and RMS, I'd be working together to maybe even undercut Melvin. Because if Melvin's losing time on those old tyres, well, he may have even started on new sets, but I'm sure by now they're not going to be holding on very well. Now these two, doesn't look like Mark wants to work together. I'm not too sure what he'll be thinking. But no, he's trying to get this move done. Looks to the outside. Blue flag's being waved for some reason. These two are definitely not back markers. But RMS holding on. I think it's just a matter of time before Mark gets past. He seems to be much quicker in his second stint. He's having a look up the inside there, but doesn't go for that move. Like I said earlier, not the best place to go for a move, but it's forced RMS to go wide. Mark's getting into his head here. I think RMS really feeling the pressure now as we come through Aqua Minerale and up towards the chicane. Both cars bouncing over the curbs there. And looks like Rocco's lost quite a bit of time to Ollie, and is now losing the position to BST NNA, who takes the advantage of Rocco's mistake there. At the back end of that Porsche, all sorts of sideways, and Rocco trying for a move up the inside into the hairpin. BST has to leave in the space. They've got John Jig right behind as well. So a 3-car battle there. That will move back to Cartmark and RMS. Cartmark's got the slipstream coming down the start-finish straight, but is it going to be enough? We know how quick the AMG Mercedes is on the straights, and I don't think the Ferrari of Cartmark's going to get that move done into turn 1. And oh, SVW's made a mistake. He's facing the wrong way there. What's happened to SVW? Has he got it spun around? No, he hasn't. He's going to have to wait for all these cars to get through before he can get back on track. Unfortunately, I think SVW fell a victim to the sausage curbs on that chicane. We've seen it happen before in Division 2. It's so easy to do, but Cartmark still can't get past RMS. With these two battling, they're going to be losing time to Melvin. Melvin's still out on track. Let's see. Let's go on board here with Cartmark. Usually as soon as I go on board with someone, they get past. But here we go, on board with Cartmark now. Lapping the 143s. Oh, has to run slightly wide there. No, that's not going to help him at all. He's lost some time to RMS. But pit window closes just under 5 minutes now. To the final corner they go. These two have already pitted, so they won't have to worry about that at all. And while there's a bit of a gap between these two, those that are watching, make sure to donate on the stream. CosmiCrusader saying good racing down here. As saying, wonder what happened to Ollie in the pits here. I'm not sure what's happened to him. But guys, make sure to donate. We're almost halfway there to our goal. And last lap for Cartmark, 42.6. So these two are still lapping pretty much in the mid to low 42s. Let's go on board with Melvin. What times is he doing? 43.3s. So not really as slow as you'd expect him to be lapping, but he's losing some time. Don't think he's lost much though to Cartmark and RMS. In fact, he might have even gained some with those two battling. We'll have to see once Melvin serves his mandatory stop, which is yet to do. Likewise, Lager's now into the pits for his mandatory. But let's look at what the other battles going on. Further down the field, Lely and Uthan still separated by just under a second, with Casey not too far behind either. BST, we've still got this 3-car train going. Rocco has got past her. Rocco's up into P12. So BSC down into P13. John Jig still in P14. DasStopsChild about 2 seconds off to these two. Kenny now has got past Deedee, so Kenny up into P16. And SVW there a couple of laps down, so won't be battling with these two up ahead of him. Kenny running slightly wide there. And I'm sure most of these drivers will be getting no time gains doing that. But oh, a bit deep on the brakes there. No, I've got a mistake there from Deedee. Has he kept it out of the wall? He has, but he's lost time to Kenny. And he may have picked up some flat spots there. It's quite common to do that. But the race leader Melvin now into the pits. Where are RMS and Cartmark? I think they're way too far back here. Melvin should be okay to hold on to the race lead. I think he'd definitely be okay. RMS and Cartmark are so far back at the moment. I do wonder what the gap's going to be when Melvin comes out of the pits. Coming up towards the chicane now. And oh, a mistake there for Cartmark, hitting the wall ever so slightly. That could be another track limit warning for him. He's going to need to be careful here because 2 out of 2 times he's made that mistake. And Melvin will be out of the pits very shortly. Cartmark and RMS are going to have the speed down the straights though. Where is Melvin? He's off the pit limiter now, and yeah, he's got this in the bag. He's got enough of a gap to the two behind him. It's not a 24-second gap, it's much less than that, but yeah, Melvin holds on to the race lead. RMS still holding on to P2 here. Cartmark in P3. These two have had a great battle for the majority of the race. Lenny and Ithan still neck and neck here. Ithan's going to have the slipstream, but once again too far back. It's going to benefit him though. He's going to definitely close in, but not looking for a move into turn 1. Just 3/10 behind Lely. You can see Casey in the back wheel, still 1.4 seconds behind. I think the last time we checked on him, he was about that much as well. Yeah, there we go. The gap between RMS and Melvin, 5.8 seconds. They haven't really gained or lost any time from battling. Folk State on the back of Kingy. These two were bumper to bumper at the start of the race, and now they've met each other on track once again. Kingy, the highest running McLaren at the moment. SVW now into the pits once more. What's happened to him? Still got 19 minutes left of the race here, so SVW may be struggling at the moment. Now, Porsche Euphoric State isn't really going to gain a huge amount, but he needs to stay in that slipstream of Kingy to stick with him. And look how much quicker the Porsche is there through turns 1 and 2. Such a great camera angle, you can see how much he gains there. But he just needs that opening to get this move done, does Euphoric State. Gaps. Oh, what's happened here between RMS and Cartmark? Have they made a mistake? Have they come into contact? Cartmark wide once again. They're now 10 seconds back to Melvin. DasStopsChild into the pits as well. Needs to have lost a lot of time, and there may have been some contact between them. But Cartmark, I hope he's not getting track limit warnings for that, for running wide. I don't think he can do it again. May receive a drive through, we'll see. Let's hope he doesn't do it again though. Still 15 minutes left of this race. He definitely doesn't want to get a drive through this late on into the race. There's not enough time to make up those positions lost. Ethan's still on the back of Lely. These two have been pretty much inseparable, but Ethan just hasn't been able to get close enough for a move. Casey has lost a lot of time there, and he's falling into the clutches of Kingy, who's in P9 currently. Holding on nicely. Euphoric State just being patient here. And oh, big slide there. He managed to save it just in time. He actually hasn't lost anything with that slide. He could have easily lost the front end of his car if he ended up in that wall. John Jig now on the back of BST NMA. Can John Jig grab P13 here? It's looking likely. Track temp has been pretty consistent throughout the race. I think we started on 22 degrees, so it's only dropped by a degree. So if the drivers are changing tyres in the pits, they won't really need to fiddle around with the tyre pressures, which will help them massively. Obviously we are past the pit stop stage. SVW back out on track, which is good to see. DasStopsChild is going to need to do the same if he wants to score points this round. Now Rocco just up in front. This three-car battle has been going on for quite a while. All these three evenly matched on pace. Now once again, last time I'll ask, if you are enjoying the stream or you want to help us get a PS5 so we can start league racing on the new version as well. 1.8 is coming out at the end of this month. Please make sure to donate, even as little as £5 helps massively. Rocco seems to be gapping BST now. I think it's about 1.92 seconds between these two. Okay, never mind, 1.4 between those two. And John Jig was within a second of BST, but he's now dropping off ever so slightly. You see here, these three just spaced out. We'll go back to the battle between Cartmark and RMS. These two still, they've been battling for absolutely ages, and Cartmark hasn't been able to get past. He's been trying literally everything he can, and nothing has worked. RMS has just been driving without any mistakes, and every time Cartmark has tried to go for a move, RMS has completely denied it. But obviously Cartmark's still got plenty of time left in the race to get this done. Maybe he's just waiting until the last moment to try and surprise RMS with an unexpected move. Now Ollie Asar and Euphoric State are quite close here. Look how close Cartmark is coming through that chicane. He keeps making that same mistake on the exit, which costs him either a warning or a lot of time, or even both. And he's just a bit too quick on entry, or takes too much curb on exit. And the second part of that chicane, which just bounces him wide. And you can see he's just not... Oh, drive through there for Casey! He's going to lose so many positions due to that drive through. But as I was saying, Cartmark needs to have a bit of a cleaner run through the chicane, just so that he's close enough through the final corner coming down onto the start-finish straight. Because these past few laps he just hasn't been able to get a nose up the inside into turn 1, which is probably one of the best overtaking opportunities here at Imola. And DasStopsChild 4 laps down here. I think he'd definitely need to get out shortly if he wants to score points, otherwise it's going to be a DNF for DasStopsChild. Let's see now if Cartmark can get it done this time around. Can he keep it clean through the chicane? Looks like he's much better this time around, but still you could just see RMS pulls away on the exit, just able to take much more curb without the car being unsettled. And Cartmark this time not extremely close. Actually, he's closed in there under the under braking, and closed in slightly more through that final corner. But is he close enough? I don't think he is. No, he's not going to be close enough coming down towards turn 1. So he's going to have to stay in P3. Let's look at the battle between Lely and Ithan, still separated by 8 tenths. They haven't been close enough. Pretty much even on pace, these two at the moment. Lely had some extremely good pace in the first stint, but slowly dropped off. Maybe started on fresh tyres, and now he might be on used ones. But Ithan and Lely have been together on track for quite a while now, and it's not over between these two. Lely can easily make a mistake, although very rare. It can definitely happen. And Imola's going to take no prisoners, especially with those massive sausage curbs. It's very easy to make a mistake. And Folkestate has, oh, I thought he got past. No, Ollie RSR is back past Folkestate up into P9, so he gains that position back. And then Folkestate back down to P10. BST, it's about 7 tenths between BST and John Jig. With these two battling, Rocco has opened up a bigger gap in front. And it looks like after Casey's drive through, he's got Deedee right in the back of him, but I think Casey will be able to pull away here. Back to this battle for P2 is probably the longest battle we've seen. And Cartmark just not able to get past. Is he slowly giving up? So he's dropping off now. 6 tenths between these two. It was about 2 tenths before. DasStopsChild still in the pits, and he's 6 laps down currently. I think it's going to be a DNF for DasStopsChild, to be honest. It's unfortunate, we don't know what happened to him. John Jig, even though in that slipstream, can't get the inside here into turn 1. He has a look though. It's not going to be enough. And a much better exit there for BSTN. And a mistake there from John Jig. Can he keep it out of the wall? I think he does just about. But it tags the inside of that sausage curb, and that's how he lost the car there. But yeah, I think that battle is pretty much over between BST and John Jig. They are matching pace, and I don't think John Jig's going to be able to reel in BST unless he makes a mistake, although it's going to be quite unlikely here. So we'll go back to these two, RMS and Cartmark, still battling it out for P2. Melvin in P1's got a 7.7 second lead to RMS then, and I'm sure he's not going to be pushing the car in this stage of the race. Ithan has dropped back to Lely, so Lely's found another gear here, and he's starting to pull away. SMW just moving out the way here for the lead cars. Kingy has pulled away from Ollie RSR. What's happened to Folkestate? He's dropped down there, so Ollie has been able to pull away from the Folkestate, and Rocker has been able to pull away from BST as well, so they're quite spaced out apart from these two. Although Cartmark now losing a few tenths here and there to RMS. But he's not done yet, definitely not done. You can tell he hasn't given up. Anything can go wrong for RMS. And the same can happen to Cartmark as we approach the penultimate corner here. And they'll be on to the 30th lap here at Imola. TFJ saying not as close as in Division 2. Yeah, I think it's a longer race, of course, but we were so close at the start in the first stint. We had about a 12-car train or something like that. It was like P7 to P18, P6 to P18 even. We're all battling for a good few laps. Closest to on track at the moment, RMS and Cartmark. The problem is, with a lot of these drivers being in these groups, in these packs on track, quite similar on pace, it takes someone in Division 1 to make a mistake for the other to catch up. But it looks like it's going to rain here, obviously not, it's just very overcast and we're possibly approaching the night here. Oli Arsar catching up to Kingy though. This could be another battle to watch out for. Or it is another battle to watch out for. Oli is closing in to Kingy. Kingy is going to be feeling the pressure now. These two have known each other for quite a while. Doesn't look like Ollie's going to go for a move just yet. Not close enough is Ollie. Cartmark then will try this move once more. But once again, he's just not close enough into turn 1. The Mercedes from RMS has got good straight line speed, even with Cartmark in the slipstream. And oh, a mistake. That's what Cartmark would have been hoping for. A mistake there from RMS. He's having to go defensive. Can Cartmark get the switch back here and the run he needs? SVW back into the pits for some reason. He hasn't had the best race as SVW, and RMS now is going to have to defend for his life. He's run wide there. Can Cartmark get the opening he needs? He's so close to the back of RMS, glued to his rear bumper now. The headlights have come on some of these cars as we approach the night. And Cartmark once again bouncing over those sausage curbs on the outside. He's lucky to not have a drive-through by now. Just 2.5 minutes left in this race to go, and surprisingly Melvin is losing time to these two. Maybe he's not pushing the car, probably just having a bit of a Sunday drive now, but 5.8 seconds now to these two behind. Maybe he's running out of fuel. No, he seems to be going at race pace here, but I don't think he's driving to the limit at all. He doesn't need to, in fact. So we've got one more lap after this, and as long as he can keep it together, I don't think these two behind him will catch up. And RMS with another mistake there, and he's going to take the racing line, a bit defensive there into the hairpin. Cartmark, I think, could have tried for the inside, but didn't expect RMS to go over to the racing line. I think we had orange and black flag there. It's not for one of these drivers. I know why. It may be because of headlights. I'm not sure. Both these two look like they have their headlights on. I don't think it is for them. If someone doesn't turn their headlights on, they're going to receive a penalty. Is it Melvin? No, it seems like he's got his headlights on. I wonder who it is. May not be any of these three. It would be a shame for someone to lose positions just because of something so simple. But on the final lap, now we go. What's the gap between these two? Back to 6 seconds. So yeah, Melbourne should be fine for the race win here. And RMS and Cartmark have spaced out slightly. Look at Kingy and Ollie, they're so close, exiting the chicane now. And we've got... yeah, DasStopsChild has left, so I think that's going to be a retirement for DasStopsChild. Casey very close to 2 Ferrari drivers out of track. We've got a few more Ferraris, but these two, Casey, after his drive-through penalty, trying to gain another position here, pick up some more points. Kenny's going to have to go extremely defensive if he wants to hold on. He's got one more lap to go. Casey's going to have the slipstream in the same car. It's always run wide there, so that's not going to help him down the start-finish straight at all. Are the lights? I really wonder who that flag is for. Yeah, I'm not too sure here. We'll see if anyone does pick up a penalty. And there we go, Melvin finishes the race in P1, outstanding performance from him. RMS is going to hold on after such a tough race from him, and Cartmark is going to finish in P3. That rounds off the podium. Lager is going to finish in P4, good points for him as well. Texas Tom's going to finish in P5. So he rounds off the final corner. Lely's not too far behind actually. But not enough time left in this race to gain any more positions. So Tayson Tom's going to finish in P5 as he crosses the line. Lely's going to finish in P6. Flashing lights there from him. Ithan's going to finish in P7. There we go. Kingy is just going to hold on to P8 here with Ollie Rassar in P9. Euphoric State with another good race. Oh, has he run out of fuel? No, he's finished the race. There we go, in P10. Rocco's going to finish in P11. BST NNA is going to finish in P12. Looks like he's happy with that result. And he crosses the line there. John Jig is going to finish in P13. Kenny's just going to hold on here to P14, it looks like. And he's going to cross the line with SVVKC in P15, and then DD in P16 with SVW in P17. He is going to pick up points, I believe. But there we have it. Your 3 drivers on the podium. Melvin in first, RMS in second, and Cartmark in third. What a race we had here in Division 1. And lastly, before we go, make sure to donate if you haven't done so already. 21 people watching. If you could have a few donations before we end, that would be great. I'm going to try and get onto the PS5 version as soon as possible. We need your help to do so. You can see the bar in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, the green bar, almost halfway, 44%. TFJ saying, nice fights in all divisions. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, appreciate that, TFJ. DD saying, glad it's over. It looked like a tough fight back there, but I think we're going to end the stream now. We'll catch everyone possibly on, definitely on Friday for the PC GT3 Championship. But until then, have a great evening and good night.